but he ate with them often. In fact, he didn't agree with the methods of Zacchaeus, the tax collector, but he went to his house and ate with him. I think that if we are going to change this country, one of the most important steps is how we treat each other, irrespective of our differences or in spite of them. So you will find me with a lot of people that I criticize because mine is not against the persons, it's against their decisions. And I think the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said that if you don't like people, then you need to find the image of God in them and like that. Cognizant of the fact that you're also not the best person on this planet. Because the truth of the matter is you are not. For us Christians, we've believed that we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And I usually say I'm sinner numero uno, sinner number one. So once you become conscious of the fact that you're also not a complete article, then you're going to treat other people the same way or offering them the same grace. Turn to your neighbor and say, good morning. Then turn to another one and say, even if you don't agree with him, at least agree with the fact that he's a good man. I am a good man. And the reason I say I'm a good man is because behind everything I do and say, there is no malice. I do not work from a place of bringing people down or seeing people fail, because I've noticed that the best way to go up is to send people up. Because once you send people up, okay, few will forget, but some will never forget, and they will look for you when you are on your way down. A very good morning. We should be starting in not too long. But as we wait to start, you can continue networking. I think that it's a good place to be here. I've read through the literature that most of you have and know. I think we're in the right place because we all agree that this nation has potential, and that potential can be harnessed, and that once we contribute to the development of this country, then our children and their children will find a better nation. Woe unto us if it gets to be asked someday in the future what we did with the time and space we shared in the development of Uganda. And our answer is, we did nothing. I hope that's not your answer. And two, I hope you don't see yourself here as just another delegate. No, you want to see yourself as an important person in the process of the development in this country. And as I said earlier, please don't think that in the development of Uganda, you need to get another position for you to contribute. No. First, make sure that your contribution is huge now before you go to the next level. That's why I think that my contribution as a news anchor in the development of Uganda is such an important contribution. And I've been to offices of some very big people, and they get out of their chairs to stand up to greet me. Then I said, hey, so I'm not a very small person in this country. And my children, one day my daughter saw, I received a phone call from, who was it? First from the late Speaker of Parliament, then, and she saw it, then from the Prime Minister. So after I took the phone call, she said, Dad, is that the Prime Minister? I said, of course it is. So you're very important. I said, don't you see me on TV? You think they take useless people on television. Good morning. I'll be back later. I am the MC of the day. My name is Samson Kasumba. It's good to see you all. Good morning.
Emyaka kumpi kati 36 nga buli katikitiki buli ddakiika buli ssaawa kosta buli ddaasa eriyita obwetaavu bw'abannansi kuno buzzenga bweyongera era nga n'embeera okutabanguka eti kivudde ku byanfuna bya kuno okudobonkana ekyavuwazza ennyo bannansi n'okutuusa okwetakuza olujjo. Buli nnaku lw'ezzenga eyongera okuyonka bannayuganda obutaaba bazzenga bakalaasira awamu n'okulumwa enkalamata nga bayaayaanira enkyukakyuka mu by'obufuzi ebyo ebinaabalwanirira mu kukyusa ebyenfuna byabwe okusobola okubasangula amaziga ge bakaabye okutuusa okubaggwa mu nkompe. Obufu bw'emboozi yaffe eno bujja kwanguwa nnyo okugwa amakerenda singa nga kale ebyo byonna ebizze nga bibonyaabonya bannayuganda ng'ababbende ku musabo mu myaka gyonna egiyise tubimma amazzi ne tukomya okwekubagiza awamu n'eŋŋombo nga gavumenti tuyambe olwo ne tugatta eddoboozi eryawamu mu kulafuuba n'okufuna enkyukakyuka mu byenfuna byaffe awamu n'obukulembeze.
Twaboogera nti tewali malwaliro tewali masomero weegali eri abalina ssente naye kati ekisumuluzo ky'ebyo byonna okutuukako abaana b'okusoma awalungi oba abaana b'okujjanjabibwa obulungi oba gwe wennyini kiri ku byanfuna.
Naye owange obusinziiro bwaffe mu kulafuuba n'okufuna ebyobufuzi ebyo ebitali byakuyiirawo omuntu ssekinnoomu mubiri wabula ebyo ebitunga ensawo zaffe omutakyali muno gwa nnusu bitandika ddi era niggalo sajja mu kwerulira enkola eno ekkubo.
Buli omu ategeere nti bwe mba nnwanira kyange.
Olunaku lwanga 28 omwezi ogwamuwakanya omwaka 2021 lwe lunaku oluleza ebyafaayo byonna eby'olugero lwaffe olwaleero. Ku olwo Joseph Kiza Kabuleta eyali amaze okulaga eryanyi ng'avuganyiza ku ntebe enkulu eno ey'eggwanga lwakuŋŋaanya ebikonge mu by'obufuzi omwali n'ebyo ebyakubwa mu kalulu akaali kaakakomekkerezebwa n'atandikawo ekisinde ky'ebyobufuzi ekyasookera ddala wano mu ggwanga ekiri ku musingi gw'okulwanirira ebyenfuna bya bannayuganda ekyatuumwa National Economic Empowerment Dialogue oba NED mu bufunze.
Bonna abataayitamu naddala abaali abookubiri n'abookusatu bonna bakyalina omugaso.
Ng'endokwa y'ekisinde kino emaze okusimbibwa awatali kuwannaanya kwonna kyeyoleka lwatu nti obuvunaanyizibwa bw'olutabaalo mu kukyusa ebyenfuna wamu n'ebyobukulembeze bwali bwakukulemberwamu kisinde kino nga kye kikutte omumuli awamu n'ettabaaza okubunyisa ekitangaala eri abo bonna abalina obwetaavu okulaba n'okulengera wa gye balaga awamu n'okubabuusa nti Uganda nsingagga efumbekeddemu eby'obugagga eby'omu ttaka ng'etteeka bye balina okugabanako.
A lot of natural resources that are not being put to use, that are underutilized and others are stolen, and it is stolen by people in power.
Tewali kitundu kya Uganda kyavu tekiriyo byonna byonna bigagga naye abantu baawo abatuulawo baavu olw'effugabbi.
Abo abalina endowooza y'ebyobufuzi eŋŋunjufu era eyeetengeredde n'entaayi teyasala nga batandise okwegatta ku kisinde kino oluvannyuma nabo abazze nga basomesa awamu n'okusembeza bannaabwe ku mwanjo okwesogga olutabaalo mu ngeri y'ebirungi biva wala akatale k'emmese kali ku ttale.
Kyama ki ekiri mu ndoobo kati kyekyo kye tulina okusomesa ndowooza abantu baffe bamanye.
Uganda NED ekyagitandisaawo kwe kulwanirira ensonga z'abannayuganda nga buli kitundu kya ggwanga tulina North, Central, East, Western nga buli region ebigirimu birina kusooka kugasa byo. Y'ensonga lwaki tuddayo ku eri ensonga egamba nti twagala federo.
mbeera ya totta kibenga tonna kikenenya ndusu obuvunaanyizibwa mu kuleetawo enkyukakyuka buzze nga bugabanwa okusobola okwaŋŋanga omulabe afuukidde Uganda akayinja mu ngatto era nga ye ssenkulu w'enteekateeka eno etadde abanene mu ggwanga ku bunkenke ng'ow'amayuga ayita ku lutindo obuzira bwe bugeraageranye ku kigere kya nvubu kye beegezaamu nga teriiwo kubanga onaatalaaza eggwanga lyonna era ng'ogubadde nga gumuleebuukanya gwe gw'okusomesa n'okubuusa bannansi ku bintu ng'okweyiirawo omubiri.
Ebizibu byonna bye tusanze bizibu bye bimu n'ebyogerwa mu lulimi lulala, ennimi ze zaawukana n'ebizibu by'abantu bye bimu.
Obuteeyawulayawulamu, obutawuddisibwa nga baggyibwa ku mulamwa.
What they have is they have managed to change our tone and make us talk about stupid things, about news, about which woman has a very good bath. I know every sort of stupidity as they are taking our what? Our gold.
Okubanja omugabo ku by'obugagga ebiggyibwa mu bitundu ffenna gye tuva. Okukomya entalo z'amawanga, okusitukiramu ku nsonga.
We are now ready to kick off, but before we do, I'll just run you through the program, which we do already have. We will have an opening prayer. The person to give it already knows. Then the anthems, the national and the East African. Then we'll have the opening remarks by Salongo Matovu Moses, I think because he's a Salongo, to be honest. He's the national spokesperson for the National Economic Empowerment Dialogue. And at that point, we will be live on television. Then we'll get to the regional speakers. And these speakers will have to keep their allotted time, which they already know. We have 14 regional speakers. So keep on time. I will be reminding you of those. And then we will get into the breakfast. When we come out of breakfast, I will run us again through the program. So I'd like to invite the person selected to give us the opening prayer to do that, and then we will rise for the national and East African anthem. If they take a little longer, as a student of theology and a former preacher, I will pray. Fine, let us pray. Dear God, we want to thank you for this beautiful nation. And we want to thank you that by your will and for your own reasons, we were born here at such a time as this. We do know you enough to know that you are omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. And because of that, you have very good reasons why each one of us was born now and we share space and time. There's also a very good reason why we were born at a time when our nation has the challenges it does, because it is an opportunity for us to contribute and etch our names in the annals of the history of this nation, so that in many years to come, it will be read that when we were here at a time when this nation struggled, we contributed. Woe unto us if we don't contribute to the extent that our names will be remembered. We thank you for the opportunity for us to congregate here. Give us receptive minds, give us ideas new, and help us to unlearn before we learn. We know that the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit will abide with us for the time that we will be here and even on our way home. In your name we pray. Amen. Let's rise up for the anthems. Oh, just a second. Give us time to rise. Give us time to rise. Give us time to rise properly. Fine, let's do the anthem. Uganda, may God uphold thee, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor will give, and will neighbors all other countries call in peace and friendship will live. The East African anthem. Amani, tumtimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano, msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru kwa amani, mila zetu na desturi yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you. Take your seats. I'd like to take the time to welcome Salongo Moses Matovu, the national spokesperson for the National Economic Empowerment Dialogue. Salongo is an economically empowered person, as you will soon notice, in the way he gets up here. He is not bouncy in the way he walks. It's just that he was walking on carpet that tends to be a little soft. Salongo, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Samson Asumba, our MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, my name is Matov Moses Salongo, and I'm the national spokesperson of National Economic Empowerment Dialogue. Government members in the House, today we are gathered here. It's a remarkable day and I can ably say we are making history. Allow me welcome everybody here. With us already is Honorable Miriam Matembe, though she's briefly out. In specific terms, I would like to also take the opportunity to introduce the different people, distinguished members from different regions. With us is Mr. Matov Jr. You can say hi to the people. We have Madame Prosi. She's from Ankole region, a distinguished person with us. Some others are on the way. National Economic Empowerment Dialogue has got the top management and then the regional executive committees. On top is Mr. Joseph Kabuleta, is our head. We call him the principal, and some others prefer calling him the president because he's our next president. That is Mr. Joseph Kabuleta, the former presidential aspirant. We have the national coordinator, you will see them all. Mr. Asmani Odaka is coming with the principal. I think I will reintroduce them when they are around. We have the deputy national coordinator, Omulangira Joe Nachibinge, Yuko. You can just wave at them. It's just entering. We have the chief of staff, Mr. Wasaja Charles, is also the principal coming. So that is the team of 5 composing the national committee. Dear members, NEED was inaugurated on 28th September 2021, and we have traversed the whole country, reached out to all regions, that is, Uganda, Ankole, Toro, Bunyoro, Sebei. We have gone to Chigezi, we have been in Rwenzori region, we have been in Acholi, we have gone to Lango, we went to West Nile, we visited Karamoja, we had a good conversation in Bugisu, Buked, Busoga, and Teso. Now, something to note here. We don't call, say, Bunyoro region, we don't call it Albertine. We call it Bunyoro region. And Buganda, we don't call it Central region as need. We call it Buganda region and other regions like that. There are reasons why they are labeled as Central region, Albertine region, you know. Basically, as need, we realized it's a motive, it's a move to kill our identity. Can we all stand up and we welcome our principal? He's entering. Our principal has arrived, Mr. Joseph Kabuleta, together with the chief and the national coordinator, Mr. Asmani Odaka. Mr. Principal, our president, you are most welcome. This is our conference, the NEED National Conference, the first ever. And people gathered here. Among them are special invited guests. And so far we have Mr. Matov Jr. already with us. Honorable Miriam Matembe, you saw her. She's just briefly out and she's coming back. And Livingstone is also with us. All those are our friends as NEED. Gallant members, I told you, it's a team of 5 that has moved around the whole country, sensitizing the public, together with you. And with us here is the chief. Chief, you can just wave at them. They see who the chief is. So that is our chief of staff. Is Mr. Basaja Charles, but we prefer calling him chief. And he feels comfortable. So if you want anything from him, you call him chief, you'll get anything. And we have our national coordinator, Mr. Odaka Asman. Mr. Odaka, you can just wave at them for identification. And I told you we have our deputy national coordinator, Omulangira Jojoko Nachibingi. So I was telling you that we have moved to all the 15 regions. And for us, we don't prefer calling them Central Region ETC for reasons the planners of that intended to kill the identity of Ugandans purposely to loot their wealth, their riches, their resources, because you cannot identify yourself with your area. And we have realized that some people feel bad. When you call me a Muganda, I feel, when you call somebody a Musoga, you feel as if you're abused. So for us, we are saying we should get back to the roots. We have sensitized citizens in those regions about the available natural resources and their management, if not exploitation. We have tried to show people in different regions who takes their share, who has looted them. So that work we have done, and we are happy people are being empowered to fight for their resources. I'm also happy to note to you that wherever we have stepped, we have left a footprint. And in here are delegates from those regions. Can you, our delegates, clap for yourselves, those who have managed to make it here? And I can see some of you here now are wanting to become prime ministers, are wanting to become ministers, the ambassadors, they are all seated here. And you are the best. I always tell people, don't think somebody who is not here is better than you. You are the best. About NEED. NEED is a political pressure group and at the same time a civic engagement platform aimed at awakening and empowering Ugandans towards demanding their share of the natural resources in their locality. It is important to note that God endowed every region with enough resources that can make everyone rich. It is also worth noting that Uganda is among the top 20 countries naturally endowed with the resources globally. Sadly, it's again ranked among the top 20 poorest countries on planet. Therefore, as our vision, we intend to ensure that all Ugandans are aware of their resource heritage that is unique to their region and is actively pursuing equitable sharing of those resources we're talking about. And the mission is to create an ideology that can speak to the need of all Ugandans. When you talk about ideology, currently in Uganda we are doing politics we no longer have clear ideas why we at times support somebody. You just support somebody because you feel like you should support. But we are saying we should have a reason why we should support people we are supporting, why we should elect those we are electing. As we talk now, commodity prices are too high. No one can explain why they are that way. Because either they are ignorant, if not compromised. But you might find they have no ability to find out why such prices are at that level. So now, as need, we say, we want to resurrect politics based on a clear ideology. In this respect, NEED's ideology is financial liberation through optimal management and utilization of natural resources. I told you we have enough resources in our regions, and they're enough to make us rich, but the greedy leaders we have, the incompetent, have made it a tendency to do everything in their favor. They don't have a feel for the Ugandans. Secondly, apparently, we see many people, especially the leaders, the political leaders we have, they are behaving as if they have no roots. They are behaving as if you can't imagine. However, we are saying to you members in the House that need observe the politics of this country has gone to the dogs. But a friend of mine, sarcastically, actually a colleague, and that is none other than Chief. For him, he said, it is the dogs that have gone to politics. So for him, he changes it the other way around. That now dogs have entered politics and they're offering leadership in this country. So you can imagine where we are heading. So apparently, Uganda is experiencing venomous, if such a word exists, exchanges, fire by fire, as a way of communicating politically. There is a falsehood that portrays shortage of reputable and competent leaders because of the way some leaders behave. NEED seeks to identify, therefore, and groom, nurture the willing individuals into competent, reputable, and credible leaders. So that is NEED. If you happen to identify with the NEED, that's where we are heading. And how is our style of work? NEED is building and empowering citizens economically and politically in their respective regions. We visit the regions, we identify problems affecting those people, then we empower those people to work, to find solutions for those problems, to demand their leaders, their share. So that is how we are doing. And it has been a practice by many politicians to export all imposed political, economic challenges to other regions, and in turn, they are not well received because they don't have their feeling, thus making it hard for Ugandans to unite against similar challenges. Surprisingly, all regions almost have similar problems, though spoken in different languages. NEED is empowering locals to tackle their challenges through means available to them. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I want once again to thank you for attending the conference and urge you to continue mobilizing Ugandans to demand for what belongs to them as a way forward. I thank you once again for listening to me, and allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Miriam Atembe. And we have a representative from Obwachabazinga, Bwabusoga, Owechitibwa Tibenkana. Can you just... Thank you, thank you. My name is Moses Matov, and I'm the national spokesperson of National Economic Empowerment Dialogue. I wish you a good stay.
I also stand by the protocol as it is. Now we are going to get into the regional speakers, and they will each have 10 minutes. Thankfully, there is a timer here, so as you use your 10 minutes, you can check on the timer here. It counts downward. It's right in front of you. And we will begin off with Busoga Region, Honorable Mbentio Med will kick us off. Give him a big hand clap to make him warm. You have 10 minutes, and once your 10 minutes runs out here, you just stop. You don't get to the end of 10 minutes, then you say finally. He's doing very well. He's setting his own timer. He doesn't trust ours.
Thank you very much, Samson. Principal and the entire Secretariat of NED, Honorable Miriam Matembe, Owechitibwa Tibenkana from Busoga, all the invited guests present, good morning. I've already been introduced, and given the fact that we don't have enough time, we shall use the time that has been allotted to us. We are looking at the Uganda we want. From Busoga's perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, like Salong might have said, that they considered the original regional names. And Busoga, if I'm not forgetting, was the first region to host a symposium of this nature. And I would like to congratulate ourselves upon that. Busoga is a special region in this country. Most people in Busoga don't know that they are surrounded by waters. Busoga is an island, in other words. In the north, we have Lake Choga. In the south, we have Lake Victoria. In the west, we have River Nile. And the east, we have River Mpologoma, plus other water bodies within the region. So that one alone qualifies Busoga to be a unique region in this country. Had we to have time, enough time, we would look at Busoga's potential, where Busoga was before 1962. And where Busoga was before the coming in of this regime, headed by President Museveni. But most importantly, we cannot have the Uganda we want if we don't look at the ills the challenges, the problems, the circumstances under which Busoga is operating to be where she is right now. One, we should look at the economic aspect, the prolonged poverty in Busoga. According to Uganda Bureau of Statistics report 2021, it again ranked Busoga to be performing very well in the poverty levels at 14.5%. Now, given the opportunities, given the resources, particularly the water bodies, is Busoga supposed to be the last or the first region in Uganda to embrace poverty in this country? Number two is about unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall just move on, and because we don't have time. Unemployment level, which is very high, it is an ill. We have rapid population growth. Rapid population growth. People are just producing children. But the planning, the management, particularly when it comes to education and health, is another challenge. We have this unity in leadership in Busoga. You all know that. And I've just been sharing with my OHT Batibenkana from Busoga Kingdom. You'll find that this one is Chabazinga, but again there is another one calling himself the Chabazinga. We have different parliamentary caucuses, 2 parliamentary caucuses. We have chairpersons, 2 chairpersons. Despite the fact that we have uniting figures in Busoga. Busoga is on record to have produced the first female doctor, Dr. Joseph Namboze, first female medical doctor in this country. First vice president in Africa. So Busoga is endowed with all the resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disorganized leadership that has led to 2 parliamentary caucuses, and yet, if I take you to the 1980s, we had a caucus led by the late Honorable Chirunda Luuliza. Under JIC, in Busoga we had 3 districts under the umbrella of JIC: Jinja, Iganga, and Kamuli. But it is ranked to be the best performing caucus during that time and entire time up to now. Therefore, arising out of that, we need the government. When you have power, you have everything. Power is very important. And it is the reason when someone says that we should not talk politics. Politics is the engine of social, economic, and political development in any given economy. So you should not joke around with the power. We must fight to have power. We must fight to have government in our hands. We need the government that will not make orders. A government that will just come up with a program, parish development model. You don't know what is happening in Luuka. Parish development model cannot work in Luuka the way it works in Machindi, in Kampala. But you bring a project and really make orders that please you follow this project. And I think that is poor planning. It is a poor strategy in economic management. Change of leaders. Whenever you don't change leaders, you not see the sweetness of others. You don't see the capability of others. You not see the ability of others because you are not ready to change leaders. And it is on record that since 1962, we have never had a peaceful change of leadership except by gunpoint. Kenya and Tanzania haven't had any military government, but there is respect for change and there is democratic growth. We need Uganda, where the government respects civilian rule and consensus building on the table rather than the bush. I want to cite an example. Rawlings of Ghana.
It has gone to 0. You've run out of time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much, and allow me conclude. Just make a conclusion.
I'll give you an extra 50 seconds.
Thank you. Ugandans need true nationalists, not sectarian leaders, transparent, willing to leave power peacefully, knowing that leaders come and go. Uganda, whose leaders don't work under the armpits of foreign investors. I want to thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much. We will bring in Mr. Masolo Michael from Bugisu as we wait for Honorable Okech Lazarus. Mr. Masolo, you're next on the dais. Give him a big hand clap. I don't see Mr. Masolo. We'll go over to Mrs. Chelangat Gertrude from Sebei. Is she here? Give her a warm hand clap. They are usually long distance runners, but this one would have made a sprinter.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to give God glory for
Mrs. Chelangat, get close to the podium so we can hear you.
Yeah. I wanted to do some correction. My name's Chebet Gertrude, but not Chelangat Gertrude. Chebet Gertrude. So I want to take this time to thank God to have given me this opportunity to represent my region, and that is Sebei region. First of all, I want to thank the NEED, who has really endeavored to come in and to make us give in our voices so that we can talk on behalf of our people. It is only unfortunate that this is a very short time, and yet we have a lot to speak. I would request kindly, before I continue wrapping up the whole issue, to call my chairman to come and just say something within 2 minutes so that I may wrap everything so that we can at least cover what we have. So may you use the shortest time to come quickly and just, in summary, give us what we are as the Bay region.
principal executives of Need Uganda. I want to thank God that our principal and his entire executives, the regions of Uganda are here. My name is Chesang Tom Brown from Kapchorwa, Chairman Sabailand Youth Claimants Association. We are only here coming to speak of the ill governments of Uganda have done to us. Apparently, Sabai region has Kapchorwa, Buku, and Queen, but we have serious land grabbing by the government of Uganda through the office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Sam Kasumba. I saw the Prime Minister of Uganda saying she had free land to resettle the people of Bududa landslide victims in NBS, and she was proposing 15 billion to be resettled the Bududa landslide victims. According to this audit report, this is the government report. It investigated the matter of our ancestral land and found that the Sabinis own 70%, the Bagis own 10%, the Abakus own 10%, and the Nandi own 10%. The government of Uganda violated this report called Audit Land Report, Cabinet Report, directed by His Excellency, and instead has made over 20,000 people in Sabai region landless, where they have resettled our brothers from Bududa. We don't disown our brothers, we like coexistence, but the current government is making the people of Sabai region a desperate region in the names of keeping them in poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, when we have a president who can direct a report to be written, and then at the same time he goes against it, I was just very disappointed that I was born in Uganda. And I'm appealing to my principal, who has helped me to file this case in East African Court of Justice, that thank you very much. The elders of Sabai region have informed me to thank you for the support you are giving us to sue the government of Uganda in East African Court of Justice, because this is their report. We cannot watch a state killing people. Landless people are in Sabai region right now. Nobody should deceive you. They now stopped their time when my principal came to Sabai region voting for the NRM. And right now we have mobilized over 100,000 people for need. And when we go to Kenya, Kenyan government is also on the spotlight for taking 600,000 hectares of Buko land as Konyorus, and part of that issue is made by a government which does not respect people's rights. So the two governments, Uganda and Kenya, we are prepared to sue them with the aid of Need Uganda. Need Uganda came and gave us a light, because when they came, there were loopholes you don't understand. They are no longer, Sabai region is no longer NRM right now. When my principal came with Mr. Asmani to that region, and I want to say in brief, we have reports which pin Uganda government on human rights violation. They are killing, they are raping people in who are there. So we have just come to inform the world, we are having two governments to sue, because Sabai region is now not a region, it is landless. From Bulambuli, we have no land. From Kenya, we've lost land to Kenyan government. So Mr. Samson Kasumba informed the state that we are very disappointed with this government, which we thought is built on democracy. It is never built. But the reason why they have taken our land is we have serious oil deposits in that land, in Kapchorwa, Buku, and Queen. As I wind up, I want to inform my principal that the people, the elders of Sabai greeted you and the youth, who number up to now 100,000, and they have told me that they are giving Need Uganda 100 acres of that ancestral land if we prevail and take this matter to East African Court of Justice. Others with a few, I want my agenda to finish. Thank you for listening to the voice of Sabai region as I hand this report to my principal. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh, thank you very much, the chairperson, Sabai Youth Land Claimants. We would feel we would have even 2 hours to air out our problem as Sabai region. So mainly I'll just wrap and tell you a scenario that happened in Bukwa, and this was done by Kenya government. It really pained us, and it remained in my heart that I was wondering what had happened. And I want to thank God, and I was referring to the Bible. Jesus, or God, took time to rescue the human race by bringing Jesus Christ to save us. I was remembering this day, that it is a day that is Jesus' resurrection is being celebrated. We are thanking God for our principal, for our president, that he has come up with need and he is our savior. I was imagining a state where a certain country can come in, kill people, destroy the property, take the cows in thousands, and there is no response up to date. We in Bukwa, we are suffering so much. You find that when we run, when you talk of the upper region, that is the national, that's the wildlife authorities, it has now become a hiding place for cattle thefts. People are stealing our cows up to today. Cows are being taken and hidden in the bush, and there is no one who is coming to our rescue. We are tired, and even God in heaven is even crying and saying, come and rescue us. I want to thank God. Please, this is the highest time. I was like, when I imagined one day when these people came from Kenya, they killed and burned a woman in her house, and then when we were looking for the dead bodies in the morning, she had delivered the previous night. And then in the morning when we were looking for the bodies, we found that the newborn child, who was also burned, had even been eaten by dogs. It was something that we cried, and up to today, we are seeing and we are saying, who is coming to rescue us? Thank you very much. I want to thank God for need. We are with you. We are backing you. We are supporting you, and ready to say, if it is death, no retreat, no surrender. Thank you very much.
I like the people of Sebei. 2 speakers, including time to the platform, and they still had a whole minute and 39 seconds to go. So they've used their time very well. Now, the 10 minutes you have include the time you walk from your seat to the platform. So if you walk like you are heading to Karamoja. So our next, the Honorable Matembe, you are the one involved in law. Should it begin after they get to the platform? It's also the same. Much obliged. Yes. Okay, and the other point of information, I don't work for government. But since I'm in the media, whatever you say, I will put it on Twitter at least. The Honorable Matemba, I don't work for government. I work for NBS. Let's get to the next speaker from TESO. That is Dr. Benson Ekwe. That name sounds like one from Nigeria, but it's our indigenous name. Doc, you're very welcome. The 10 minutes, I've been advised, a speeding kagad. We'll begin when you get to the podium.
Yeah, I'm available, madam. Today, I have been promoted to a doctor, and immediately I'm going to pursue my doctorate. My name's again Benson Ekwe. I hail from TESO, and I'm backed up by a powerful team. Can you please stand up for recognition? That's the brain, that's the team from TESO. TESO comes from 2 root words. Itei, Iso. Itei means we see. Iso means us. We see. It is a people from vision. It means we are visionary. We see ahead. We look ahead. We look at opportunities and we pursue them, irrespective of challenges. So that is TESO. It covers around 13,000 square kilometers of land. We are about 2.6 million people. And we spread, and interestingly, In Kayunga, we constitute 11% of that population in Kayunga. In Tororo, we have a percentage. In Kenya, we are about 2% of the total population. So we are a people of Ateker group. I won't say, today says the Uganda we want. You cannot talk of the Uganda we want without talking about the Teso we want. What is that we want? If we dwell, I remember Mandela said, if you dwell on negatives without defining the positives, you will end up with the negatives. I want to define what we want. And for us as Teso, and I believe this is the aspiration of all Ugandans, our aspirations are covered by hand. You, all of you, raise up your hand. How many fingers are there? What is this one called? A thumb. Then this, it points. This is the one that points. And then this is the one, the lead. And then you get the smaller one. And this one is used for opening the what? You know, when the ear is blocked. For those who don't listen, who don't understand, and you are getting blocked to use. So the aspirations of the people of Teso is covered by the heart. Number one is the thumb. The thumb is leadership. I heard somebody say the dogs have gone to the country. The leadership we have is the leadership of dogs. I want to assure you, the difference between the poor and the rich, the stable countries and the prosperous ones, is determined by the type of leaders they have. The difference between Acholi and Teso, Buganda and Busoga, is leadership. Leadership does four important things. It unlocks the society's potential. It positions society in its environment. It sets standards for performance, for service, and it works for welfare. We need a leadership. That's the one we deserve. That works for those four things. Now, what about us now? What Uganda and South Korea were at the same level in 1962. And somebody told me, if you took Uganda to South Korea, now Ugandan leaders to South Korea, and brought the South Koreans here, give them 10 years, South Korea will be begging for aid from Uganda. And Uganda will have become a prosperous, a stable, and powerful country. So we deserve a better leadership. Anything that compromises leadership compromises our interests, compromises our growth, compromises our everything. The pointing figure is a stronger human capital base. You can't do without human capital. Teso used to produce the first nuclear physicist in Uganda was Teso. The first neurosurgeon was from Teso. The first doctor, you can go to many things. And I remember in 1953, when Winston Churchill visited Uganda, he was shocked to find that nearly most of the offices were dominated and well managed by people from Teso. And he said, wow, this is a very wonderful team. So there is no compromise on that. Any government that does not build and facilitate the growth of a stronger human capital in this country is wasting time. Singapore managed to get out of poverty and is now a first world country because of a focus on developing human capital. So we focus on that. This one is infrastructure. We need infrastructure for communication, infrastructure for education, infrastructure for health, infrastructure. I always listen to Kasumba crying. Sometimes he casts the type of infrastructure. Why did we take, for example, a hollow speaker to go and die in the US? what was not here, which was there, infrastructure. So TESO requires an adequate and a stronger infrastructural base. We need infrastructure that helps us to communicate easily. We need infrastructure that can facilitate our immediate access to quality health. We need infrastructure for education. We need infrastructure for each movement, easy movement. If I have to try to fly, I always go out of the country, but I have to travel 400 kilometers to look for a plane. In 2022, you travel 400 kilometers, 10 hours to go and board a plane, to travel another 6 hours to reach a destination 3,000 kilometers away. That is unacceptable. 3, that is the shorter finger, economic competitiveness. That is what we require. TESO requires to be economically competitive. We're the best producers of cotton in this country. If you needed the best livestock, you could go to TESO. All the chicken you guys used to enjoy in Kampala was from my region. What has happened today? TESO was the only region in 1941 that gave a loan to the British to help them fight the war. Today, we have been reduced to a beggar society. That is unacceptable. We cannot tolerate that. We shall embrace and support any government, any system that focuses on strengthening and building our economic competitiveness. If you want us, if you want to embrace us, if you want to be with us, we need that. We can't afford to be beggars in our own country. We get disturbed recently, we're reading in the news, Musumba is there again, that somebody is being given a monopoly to do what? To process, export, and market coffee in our own country. Is that building economic competitiveness of the people? No. And the last one is a stronger social heritage. We are people with a language. We are people with identity. We are people with values. We are people with a destiny. You cannot disorganize us. We need somebody who comes in to strengthen our heritage. We need somebody who can help to strengthen. There are 3 things we cannot tolerate in TESO. If you want to annoy TESO, there are 3 things. You can do them and you will meet us. The first one is that we don't want to be threatened. If you doubt what I'm saying, you travel to Garamba, quietly talk to Coin, and he will tell you that those people, they don't like that. Try to threaten us. I remember in 2001, the government used, the current regime used a very strong, violent system to try to break us down. You know what happened in 2006? It was a total turnover. Until President Museveni started changing the approach. He's very harsh also. When it comes to TESO, he talks differently. So I think we don't need to be threatened. Number 2, wow. I wish you the best. But keep those 5 aspirations. Those 5 aspirations. We need the 5 aspirations as Uganda. 1, leadership. 2, human capital. 3, economic competitiveness. 4, infrastructure. And 5, stronger social heritage. God bless you.
This is not a threat. I'm just reminding you of your glasses. The guy on the buzzer is very brave. Somebody tells you that Itesos don't like to be threatened and you hit the buzzer, boom. You will face them. Let's bring in those from Lango, and that is Mr. Jaramogi Patrick. These Luos and their swag. Eh? I don't know if in Africa there is anybody more.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Jaramogi. I'm here on behalf of the great Fredoland of Lango. May you please rise up very fast for recognition. That is equally an able team from Lango who could as well be presenting here. But because of the favor they gave me, I am going to do it on their behalf. I want to thank everybody, Mr. Principal and the team with which you work, our colleagues across the country from different regions. I am pleased to be here meeting with you and sharing this moment. The big question is the Uganda we need and the Uganda we want. Luckily enough, this is the second opportunity. I wish death never robbed us of Professor Dan Nabudere, who had initiated a similar question, and I attended one in 2011 in Gulu. In that attendance, there was the former Katikiro of Uganda, Dan Mulika, whom we were raising this fundamental question on the country we call Uganda that we want. One would ask a very big question: why do we time and again continue to ask a country we want as if we do not have the brain? That means even as early as 2011 or even before, there was already a problem in the country. Dr. Matembe would believe and agree with me that as if we had a problem that long. As the people of Lango, we had fundamental areas that we would want to address and we want the nation to take into account. I am glad that the people from the Karamoja regions are here. My brothers and sisters from Uganda are here. The great people from Bunyoro are here. And the other people from the other region, more especially the West Nile. If you want to talk about the situation in this country, you should not forget about the regions I am talking about. As the persons coming from Lango, there are fundamental questions, and in any case, Lango have remained tainted because of the wrong history that has been written in the best interest of the politicians. I agree with everybody. I happen to come from a region where Dr. Obote, who was the president of this country, came from. But whatever Obote did as the president of the country, he did not do it on our behalf as the people of Lango. So if he made any mistake, we did not collectively say, please go and do it on our behalf. I want to bring this very clearly so that tomorrow we do not blame any ethnic group whose son, whose daughter ever leads this country, and we collectively blame them. I want to make this very clear. Even when Amin made some particular errors, it was not on behalf of the people of West Nile, not even the Kakwa where he came from. I told the former Secretary General of DP, the late Okenya Tuoma, when he was squarely blaming us about the issue that took place between the British government, and that's why I'm asking a particular question. If the country has a problem today, could there be a problem that was committed by our colonial masters, that they gave us a raw deal, a wrong thing that we needed to handle, that should have been handled by the British? Here, when Obote took over, there was the question of the two lost counties in Bunyoro. A question I want somebody to ably answer for me before the Lango people are blamed. Was it right for the British to reward Buganda with the land from Bunyoro? Was it right? as Lango we are saying it was not right. Another question that would help us move as a country. What exactly took place between 1981 to 1985, the protracted war of the Luero Triangle? Is there any truth that can be told so that we know who did what, who did not do what? So that we reconcile and move as a country? In any case, are those histories still significant to us as a people of this country? Yes, we can have them in archive, just to refer to them should we begin to mess up in future. But do they really matter to us today if we are to move forward as a country? The issue of Lango are enormous as well. The infrastructure, my brothers are talking about, my brothers from Tesho. Lango has only 3% of the national roads tarmac in this country. From the Eco and Opportunity Commission of 2020-2021, that is the report. Lango has only 3% of tarmac road. That means the infrastructure is not there. You may not be motivated to go and visit Lango because there is no road. What has not gone right? What has gone wrong? Are the people of Lango not taxpayers? If we do, what is happening? Our national policy says that every district should be connected with the tarmac road. But is it true? If it was not the luck of the Great North Road that passes Lango, Lango shouldn't be having even a single tarmac road in this country. If by any good luck the Great North would pass the atmosphere, then Lango would have no tarmac road. That is our situation. Between Lira City to Kamdini is only 74 kilometers. But you need 3 hours to drive between Lira City to Kamdini. Yet it takes you from Kamdini to Kampala to drive 4 hours. What has gone wrong? All traditional schools in Lango have died. I wish Dr. Besije was here. I wish Rebecca Kadaga was here, who studied in St. Catherine. Today, are you really motivated to go and study in Lango again? What has gone wrong? The children who are studying there are children of Uganda. But because the schools are no longer attractive, infrastructures have died down, the standards have gone, so that is where Lango is. And yet they remain impoverished. They cannot even afford the schools in other regions. That is where they have been. And yet to us as the people of Lango, the national cohesion would only come when students from this part of the country would go and study in that part of the country, across the country. This is only how we can unite, we can believe that this part of the country is part of us. But today, a child grows in Kampala, studies in Kampala, going to the northern part of the country becomes a danger. So there are particular issues. So when we talk about national cohesion, I think we need to a new breed of leadership need to come. The last thing that I want to address within my last minute is the question of leadership. Lango squarely talks about position of leadership. Leadership, we are not going to let it go. We are not going to relent. We are not going to laugh about it. When everything goes wrong, then it begins with the leadership. Everybody is complaining about leadership, but leadership, people in leadership are a reflection of our society. If we have wrong leadership, that is the true reflection of what we have. Who votes them into the offices? We are the people who vote the wrong people into the offices, and we come out to complain. We have better people, we have good people, we have people who are properly brought up in our society, but we don't give them mandate. So would we blame? So the question of leadership should not be given to the dogs, as people are saying. The last part of it. What society do we come from? Uganda, together with the other countries, are thriving about East African integration. But something is perturbing me now. My son has joined Senior 1. They are teaching them Chinese. China as a nation has a population of over 1.5. I'm sorry. About 1.4 billion. So what is the purpose of teaching our children? Is it employment or exploiting them when they become interpreters of the Chinese? In any case, they are the people who construct our roads, not our engineers that we train here. I said all this for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Thankfully, I'm not the one who bangs the buzzer, but sadly, I'm the one who gets the bad eye. We'll have Mr. Mugabe Robert from Acholi, and I must insist he's not responsible for the sins of somebody else who was named that way. He's a good man, Mugabe Robert. Give him a warm hand clap.
The Principal, Mr. Joseph Kabuleta, and the Secretariat of NEED, the Honorable Miria, Matembe, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick one on that, on the name, keeps coming. I was born on the day that Robert Mugabe was made president. My father adored him so much, so he decided that I was going to be named after him. I hail from Acholi, to be specific, in Gulu City. I have a political affiliation. I am a guest and a friend to the NEED. I accepted to be here because of the need, indeed, for us as a country to dialogue, to talk between and among ourselves, so that we can answer the critical questions plaguing our nation from the time of independence. Some of the questions have been articulated here by the previous speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room is the question of peaceful political transition in the country. How are we going to deal with the current regime and ensure that a democratic dispensation is ushered in the country? Number two, how do we engender a new political culture in the politics of our country? How do we reconfigure state institutions so that they can be relevant to the lives of the people of Uganda? Because look, if you contested and became a member of parliament today, how relevant are you to the people? Other than the money, the big cars, the big houses, what is the relevance of a member of parliament to the constituents. That happens to be a major institution of the state, but it's not relevant to our lives. The question of the constitution. We gathered as a country in 1994, 1995 to agree on a consensus that would move the country forward. But that has been, the consensus has been obliterated, completely removed. How do we bring back the constitution? Mr. Principal, these are the questions. But I come from Acholi, as I said. So what are the issues? They're the same, more or less. At the independence, we had Uganda prisons built a prison cell in Gulu. It was meant for about 120 inmates. But at independence, the governor advised the local authority, the principal in London, that Gulu prisons was not viable because there were no inmates, so it should be closed. Because our people were not engaging in crime. We did not have criminals. So the prison was not relevant. By 1970, when Amin took over, our people were using the ox plows as opposed to the hand hoe. Majority of our people. Contrast it with today. Our MPs are busy distributing hand hoes. Amazing, isn't it? That in the 21st century, members of parliament, instead of working to bring tractors to help our farmers, are busy distributing hand hoes. The same way, they take around ambulances, pickups for ambulances. We had many fasts, like somebody from Tessa was saying here. We also had the first dentist, Dr. Martin Alike. We had also a neurosurgeon, one of the top-notch, Professor Alexander Odonga. Of course, you know people like Bitek, Professor Okot Bitek. You know the Lord Andrew Adimola, first Uganda's High Commissioner to England, Erenai Oriema, first IGP. You know, we had all these people. I don't know which tribe beats us in terms of the number of guild presidents that Makerere has produced. We, I think, have done very well in that regard. This says something about the Acholi people, definitely. But right now, we are a broken community. We are a broken community. Gulu prisons is now overflowing with criminals. About a month ago, a young man in a village called Lacho duped his girlfriend into dating her, went into a house, a friend's house, and hacked her neck, killed her just like that. So homicide has become a very big problem. Our leaders, as I said, are giving us handholds. Our land is being systematically grabbed from us on account of our being an impoverished community. In education, we are now always the last. Even when in the 60s, only Mengo, and I think Kigezi. We were competing with Mengo and Kigezi. Gulu University produces about 50 doctors every year. But actually, people get only about 3 or 4. doctors from that. In the academic year of 2020-2021, no Acholi student was admitted on government scholarship for medicine. No Acholi student across the country. Leadership has, of course, our leadership has, of course, declined drastically from the greats. Ambassador Olarotunu, Norbert Mao, Alex Ojera, to now, you guess who? You know who they are now. Where do we want to go? Of course, as somebody said, we are part of the bigger group. What affects us certainly affects Uganda. But I think a Marshall Plan for our part of the country would be in order. A real Marshall Plan. But that cannot be under the NR regime, unfortunately, because all the money will come back to Kampala. We have to invest in education, good education for our children, and restore the health of our people. And most importantly, decommercialize politics. Because the politics of money is what has brought us where we are. If you just take a sample of the people who have spoken here, they are all very brilliant. You hear them speak. But they can't get their way around the politics of our country. So these are the issues that we need to deal with. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here, and I want to implore each and every one of you to think about the national question of transition, peaceful political transition of power. Because only and only then shall we be able to do the things that we aspire to do as a country. I thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugabe. I was told that a plane was delayed in Entebbe for 30 minutes because those loading the plane saw a name Robert Mugabe and couldn't leave that passenger. You want to... Is that true? So you know how to name your children if you want them to be important. West Nile Lower, we will have Mr. Ofoiroth Ronald, and when he's done, prepare West Nile Upper, that is Lameriga Fadil, will be speaking next. You also have 10 minutes. Give him a warm hand clap.
The Principal, Joseph Kabuleta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to stand before you here today to make a presentation on behalf of West Nile Lower. Now, when we are talking about West Nile Lower, we are talking about what we call the Greater Nebi. 3 districts of Pakwach, Nebi, Zombo. They have a special characteristic in terms of ancestry. May I call it that way? You know, it is important to have national identity as we speak here. This happens to be a region which is more aligned to the other people of the north, like my brother who has just left. In terms of language, we speak more or less the same. But we have issues to present before you here in the perspective of Greater Nebi. So don't be surprised if I'm calling it Greater Nebi. or Lower West Nile, it is the same. Now, when we are talking, I prepared a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, someone will be following it before me here. You can move faster so that we make time. When we are talking about the Uganda we want, the type of empowerment we want for the country, in the perspective of NEBI, let me start with the political economy of Uganda. You can help me go through the map of Uganda of that time. Now, when you look on the map or the background, you'll find long before Uganda even became independent, we had our colonial masters who came and decided to divide the country in a specific way. In that map you can see Uganda was divided into two. The upper side is the north and the lower is the south. And all industries were mostly, and economic activities were concentrated in the south. And it was a deliberate choice by the colonialists. Whereas the northern sides were reserved for labor force as well as forces, the army. And that's the root, the beginning of the problem we started facing as the people of northern Uganda. You can move faster. At the end of the day, Uganda was zoned into those two regions which are speaking. And there was a time around 1925 when a new director for agriculture wanted to expand economic activities to the north. They were advised against doing that because the north was reserved for labor force. And that's the origin of problem of people of the north. I'm starting from the north because West Nile is part of the north. And this eventually caused further problems that led to more challenges that we see today. When we are talking about economic empowerment, for decades and maybe nearly a century, as we speak today, coming close to a century, there are no serious economic empowerment activities that were taken there. And this led to many effects that eventually could not allow our people to catch up with the rest of the country. So you find, if you go to Kinyara today, you will find so many Acholi people, people from Arua, people from Nebi. They are working in those farms. Why? It was by design. So if at all the whole of North is supposed to come out of that predicament, we have got to sort out this. We need to build a kind of equitable development that addresses the inequality that was designed by our colonialists. So we need leaders who are responsive to the people's need from where they came from and where they are going. Otherwise, we will not be in position to move any further. Historically, we have had things like wars that affected that section. And many people assume that the LRA war affected only the Acholi sub-region. But I want to say that West Nile was completely cut out. No economic activities were going on. Our people lost lives. Our people lost their businesses. Trucks, buses were burnt and were cut off. But when we are looking at government thinking about economic empowerment of people, they think about Acholi, a bit of Lango who are affected. But I want to say West Nile is being affected, cut off, and not even being thought about, which is a big challenge, which we need to address as a nation. We have problem of unemployment. Of course, with the background I'm giving you, no economic activity, no initiative. So you find everything is low. We at West Nile are still struggling to be, well, others are struggling to maintain what they have already. For us, we are struggling to be recognized, to be known. Otherwise, it becomes a big challenge to be heard. And if you can't be heard, you cannot move anywhere. And that's the challenge we're having. So we have high level of employment, for example, among our people, especially the youth, and that's the time bomb. If we don't address it, when you're talking about economic empowerment, it is the source that can give us power to acquire many things, including things like education. We know Uganda of today, education has been commercialized, liberalized, and therefore it is only those who have resources who can manage. So you find our people are far much behind, and without a specific program to deal with those problems, it is a big challenge for us to catch up with the rest of the country. And we need responsive leadership that can address the need of the people of our region. As I said, our education is non-responsive. In the whole of Greater Navy, we use only UPE programs. And the economic base is not there to support us to reach the rest of the country to support. So we need those issues to be addressed. Tertiary education. In the whole of Greater Navy, we have like 3 government institutions, and they're offering low quality, maybe substance. We have 1 primary teachers college, which has already been closed. We have 1 technical school and 1 UCC. For the rest of our existence, where do our people go and get education if we are to think about economic empowerment? Healthcare system, completely down. The whole district, no single district hospital. Go to Pakwash, no district hospital. The whole of Greater Navy depends on 1 district hospital. And with poor road networks, never worked on for years, our people are in big problem, and we need a responsive leadership that can address some of these problems. With poor states of the road, we have roads that have been on government program, but no allocation of resources to work on them, and these roads keep on destroying people's vehicles, destroying people's lives because of so many accidents. If you reach Nebi, you try to go towards Zombo district, the situation there is terrible, and we can't just live to see it like that. And we think we are still part of Uganda. Actually, many people think that side we are part of Congo, we are not part of Uganda, because of the state of condition we are living in. Inadequate power supply. We were to talk about economic empowerment. We need power, electricity to industrialize. But right now, we have a big challenge. In West Nile, when you go and see, we have a power called Wenreko. Actually, recently, Parliament passed a bill. They call it, what? They call it electricity something bill. But let me tell you, that thing is bad news to us. Whereas other parts of the country are saying they are ending monopoly of Umeme, for us it's bad news. For the last 10 or 15 years, we have had a private company which is really making us suffer. So for the rest of the country, if you are handed over to this private company, that's no good news. That's what we are already crying for. And through bad laws, I should call it, we have lost as a people of West Nile, particularly Zombo, more than 50,000 forest cover, which used to provide resources for the local people. And that was because of the NFA, which came and took over this land, chased people, and people lost all that they used to do. And at the end of the day, most of our people are suffering. You are in our own country, but you cannot receive or benefit from the resources that surround you, like in terms of forests. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. This is the plight for the people of Greater Navy. May God bless you as we move forward as a nation.
We'll get Mr. Lameriga Fadil for West Nile Upper. And after him will be Bunyoro, and that will be Mr. Bira Nasa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lemeriga Fadel. Before I proceed, may I take this opportunity to recognize all the delegates from Lower and Upper West Nile. Can you stand up for recognition in this August House? These are the members from West Nile, stretching from Zombo up to Ajumani district. Thank you. You can take your seats. Well, I need to give a brief background of West Nile. It is the only region in this country that is named in English. So that is what distinguishes us from the rest of the country. So we are located west of River Nile. Though some part of West Nile is in Ajumani district, that is on the eastern part of River Nile. And it is because of cultural factors, because that area is inhabited by the Madi people. So that's the fact I want. We were at first a Belgian territory under the Congo Free State until 1914, when we are now carved onto this side of Africa, and we formed Uganda by 1914, and officially in 1926, now West Nile became part of Uganda, because it was in 1926 that the final boundaries of this country were formed. That is the background I wanted to give briefly. I have very little time, but I have a lot of issues. I would have requested that the time that has not been compensated, used by other regions, should have been added for us, so that we're able to articulate more issues. Why do you take our time without it being compensated? Because we are presenting national issues. Mr. Moderator, if you can look into that. Without wasting time, I'm going to only add onto some of the issues my previous colleague talked about. The issue of electricity is the most critical issue in West Nile. As we talk, there are factories that are lying idle without being utilized. We have a value addition factory in Awindiri. It is supposed to process grains. It can consume the entire power produced by Nyagak. So one time it was tried, it consumed the whole power, the region went into darkness. That is our situation. We have a mango factory in Lodonga. It is lying idle because there is no power. We have another mango factory near Arua City. It cannot sufficiently do its work because of insufficient power. That is the problem of power we are facing. It is a problem, and it's unfortunate that last week the Auditor General released the report that was discussed by Parliament, where Uganda has paid 1.4 trillion Uganda shillings to foreign companies to compensate power that is produced in this country but is unutilized. That is the dilemma we are facing. So you cannot be speaking about NRM government or President Museveni when such maladministration is happening in our faces. Uganda paying 1.4 trillion Uganda shillings to compensate power that is not used. This one must not be happening. Ugandans must have been demonstrating all over, because this is a serious loss to Uganda. That's what I want to stress. Number two, the problem of insufficient water supply. The areas like Warua district, Madiokolo, Obongi have insufficient power, not insufficient water. So that is one other problem we are facing. The other problem is the lack of agricultural mechanization, value addition, and markets. Currently, most of the goods we produce are sold as raw materials without value addition, and this affects the economic development of West Nile. The other bigger problem that is actually next to electricity is land grabbing. You very well know that Yumbe district hosts the largest refugee camp in Africa, the third largest in the world. That one has had a problem. We gave our land to the refugees. They have settled in it. But the Uganda government has come in another way through the office of the Prime Minister to process land titles secretly. As they talk, majority of the land where the refugees have settled has actually been acquired by Uganda government. And they want to make that camp a permanent camp where refugees will be collected all over the world to come and stay in Yumbe. It has its advantages, but disadvantages outweigh the advantages. That is one challenge we are facing. So we have a land problem. Government is stealing land from us because of the issue of refugees. And this one must be solved, not by this government, but another government which we are trying to formulate here today. For your information, we are capable of taking over this country. We are capable of producing better policies, better decisions, so that Uganda is liberated once and more. And it's possible, because we have a national secretariat here that can offer leadership in that. We have a problem of internal and external boundary conflicts. Up to now, the boundary between West Nile and South Sudan has not been clearly delineated. South Sudanese cross at will to come and steal our cattle. They come and attack local people, and they go back. This one has never been solved. Appeals have been made to State House to have this sorted with Juba, but to date, nothing has happened, and the problem extends up to Karamoja via Choli. That one we think must be sorted as soon as possible. And if it cannot be sorted as soon as possible, then we shall take it up as needs to solve it for this country. We also have internal boundaries. Currently, the people of Acholi are fighting with the Madi over a piece of land between Amoro and the Jumani district, and that is not good. Government benefits from that, in that we cannot be able to unite. So the Madi think an Acholi is an enemy, then the Acholi thinks a Madi is an enemy. The same problem happens between the Jonam and the Acholi across Pakwach. For your information, the Jonam and the Lur settled east of River Nile first, when they were coming from South Sudan, before they crossed the River Nile onto the western side. So the Jonam own that part of River Nile across Pakwach. And this one has never been solved. We have problems between Yumbe district and Arua district, between Yumbe and Terego, between Yumbe and Moyo, between Yumbe and Koboko. And this one has never been solved. And we believe it is deliberate. And if NRM government cannot offer solutions currently, then what we are formulating today, we'll have to take it up. Because we also want to form government. We have a problem of poor education. Last academic year, West Nile only produced 2 candidates for government sponsorship at any university in this country. We have a state university called Moni. Majority of the students, over 80%, come from across the River Nile. They are your sons and daughters. The few West Nile students at Moni University are self-sponsored. So we donated the land to construct a university, not to our advantage. That is the dilemma we are facing. So it goes back to the quality of education at the primary and the secondary level, because if the quality down there is poor, then nobody can be able to pass and qualify for government sponsorship at university. And that is one other dilemma we are facing. We have problem with poor health services. Currently, we have good infrastructure, we have good health centers, we have 2 regional referral hospitals, Yumbe and Arua. But if you go there, the services are very poor. That is one other dilemma. And I believe there is a need to have human resource motivated by giving them good remuneration, good allowances, good housing, so that they're able to do their work adequately. We have a problem of unfulfilled government pledges to former servicemen. West Nile has had one of the earliest histories of participating in wars. We fought in the First and the Second World War. We even fought in the Kabarega War against Sir Samuel Baker. Because hadn't West Nile mobilized the forces, Omukama Kabarega or Bunyoro would have been defeated. Because West Nile supported Bunyoro, West Nilers were given the Bulisa district as a reward by Omukama Kabarega, for your information. And West Nile is represented in the parliament of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom from that time up to now. And we have had a contribution made by the Uganda Army, by the King African Rifles, by the UNRF 1 and 2, West Nile Bank Front. We have had cooperation with the NRA. Actually, without the support of West Nilers, the NRA would not have achieved victory against the UNLA. So we have had the contribution of Colonel Ezaruku Nasur. We have had the contribution of Amba. There's an NRM song, sang, Amba iyo iyo Amba, Amba Museveni, Tulejarebo, Akasendwa. There was a time when the NRA was now supposed to be defeated in Luero. The person who liberated the Musevenis, including his henchmen, was an Amba, a man called Amba from my sub-county of Lodonga. in Yumbe district. He said, he divided the people into two. He said, who wants to continue with the war? People went on that side. Then whoever didn't want on this side, he would shoot him at the forehead. The last person to appear on that side that wanted the war to continue was President Museveni. So Amba was the one who made the NRA war to succeed. As that's not enough, while crossing the Katonga Bridge, that was now the last spot where the NRA were facing the fiercest resistance. And it was none other than West Nilers who were at Katonga. The NRA was unable until President Museveni had to call his friend, the late Gaddafi in Libya. Gaddafi now called General Moses Ali, who was then the chairman of UNRF-1, to have that access opened. So the NRA crossed now without shooting a bullet at Katonga. These stories they are writing the new vision that they fought their way through Katonga are lies. They were allowed to cross. So we feel West Nile must be compensated for all these contributions that we have made to Uganda. And this one has never been made. Our ex-servicemen are dying without being paid. If you are paid, that is economic empowerment. This is money you're entitled to this Republic of Uganda. We have never gotten this money. And we're asking government to pay us this money immediately before our former ex-servicemen perish and they go into the graves. Because when you die, you don't enjoy money. It's enjoyed by the living. We have had a problem of being a law-abiding citizen. I've been given 1 minute, now this time by the president, and I consider this one special. Then let me finish. Then we have had the problem of the refugees. The refugees are there. Uganda government is minting money out of the refugees. Uganda government makes billions out of this money, but the impact on the ground is very minimal. The refugees cause environmental destruction. And then the compensation is supposed to be infrastructure and scholarships for our people. Yumbe district alone is supposed to get 100 scholarships every academic year, but this one is not being given. We're supposed to be helped in agriculture and in other areas. This one is not being given. So these are issues West Nile is grappling with. I would have elaborated more and more if more time was allocated. However, I wish to thank the organizers of this symposium to be given an opportunity for me to come and present these issues in a national forum so that the whole nation and the world gets the cry of the West Nile people. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you very much.
The idea of allocating you the time that hasn't been used has been received. It will be considered and debated, and the resolutions presented in the next forum. Through a democratic process. Bunyoro is next, and we do have Mr. Bira Nasa. But before that happens, I was asked to introduce the team from Acholi. Mr. Mugabe Robert didn't do it, so I'll ask the team from Acholi to stand up for recognition. And the team from Busoga as well, are you here? The Basoga. Aha. Kibumba abawenkabi, Musagambe. Give the team, let's see the team from Bunyoro for very obvious reasons. Where are you? Looks like the smallest team, but they're here.
The principal, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are humbled to share with you the Uganda we want in our perspective. To begin with, like a few of my colleagues have said, we can never have a Uganda we want when our different nations do not have what we want. Specifically, Bunyoro, where I come from, where I live, that has nurtured me. Whereas West Nile is saying they do not have any of theirs participating in the university they have. For us, we have never even known that a university exists. And we expect the very people hosting the biggest and the most precious oil and gas to participate from senior one. The question of the university is a big question for Bunyoro. And even if you build all what the current regime is doing, they are doing it like you would imagine having a very beautiful daughter and a neighbor's son keeps on clearing your way to your house, thinking that he or she, he loves you so much, when actually they are preparing the road for benching, if I can use that word. The Uganda we want is that Uganda where citizens feel proud of being Ugandans. I should be here feeling that I am a Ugandan. I should be feeling valued. Ugandans must feel as active participants in the social, economic, and political life of this country. Not just spectators. Not being participated by others. We want that Uganda where we have got the economic muscle to engage, to participate, to be seen to be part of that country. We want a Uganda where we have a government. And I must emphasize this, that having people occupying positions in government does not automatically define that that country or that nation has got a government. Like the one we have. This is just occupying positions. Ask this lady here. By then, we felt her. Now she has taken more than a decade on the street, but we still feel her. On the political street, I mean. We want a government which is responsive, not reactionary. We want a government which is listening. We want a government that is futuristic, not thinking about the next election, thinking about the next generation. We want a government that is people-centered, that appreciates that its power, its being, is generated from us. This notion of people, orders from above, it means we do not have a government. Maybe we have commanders. That government, in other words, we need a government that appreciates that every socio-economic initiative is generated, mothered from the population, and then put on the country. Now you are talking about the parish development model. How many of you were involved when they were designing it? That will equally fail like others have failed. We need a government, a country, that is merit-based. I should not introduce myself as Bira Akiki, Bira Apuri, to merit to be given, to merit to become. No. I just need to be Ugandan. And say an application, or an advert is run, I have everything, I compete, I merit. I do not need to come from Tungamo to become say, a commissioner in government. No, I'm using Intungamo to define, that to illustrate that you must define yourself today for you to merit. If you are called Okuku, you may never merit in this particular country. We need a government that appreciates that citizens are all citizens, irrespective of which nation. Whether I come from Bunyoro, I come from a nation where we are only two nations with pet names, us and Toro. In that for a minister, once a person, for example, right now we have the prime minister from Bunyoro. The Bunyoro think that they are meriting because they have a prime minister. No, that is thuggery. We need a Uganda that is deliberate and purposefully engaging the population to produce. It's only in this country where 10% produce for the 90%. All of you are looking after dependents because we are not productive. Elsewhere, where these people occupying leaders, where they visit, production is at home state, in cottage industries. We need strategic, sustainable conservation and utilization of natural resources. It's very funny. After some people even were named Mama Mavira, today we are giving out Bugoma forest for sugar cane. What type of insanity we have as a country? I have no apologies for the choice of words. We need value-based service delivery to citizens. People must feel, for example, when a moderator, you must offer us moderation, not because you are this and this. Everyone offering service to our citizens or to this country must feel that these citizens deserve this. For heaven's sake. This country needs a certain smooth, bloodless, peaceful political transition. I cannot re-emphasize that any further. We need to rethink the country's unity. There's from all the predecessors who have spoken, you hear that we have wounded hearts. We are hurt. We are divided. I cannot say much more. We need real healing. The country needs healing. We can no longer pretend. No. We need national reconciliation. But for all that to happen, Uganda also needs, we want purposeful, transformative leadership. Leadership of purpose, not accidental leaders. We were attacked by these people who were rebels, and we labeled them leaders. Up to today, they lead our country like they were in the bush. They think we are cows. No. This we can't tolerate anymore. We need governance, not just government. Finally, we need a Uganda where we have a measure of former political leaders, including the presidents. I wish this table had 2 guests of former presidents interacting with the principal. It is from there that we shall know that we have a country, not just a place. You know, these words we must be mindful when using them. We may think that we are in a Uganda when we are just in something. The country needs leaders who retire honorably, happily, and offer distinguished service to the country when they are not holding political power. Finally, we need a drastic change in the national mindset. How we perceive things. Right from even our education, my young daughter up to now is still being taught by what I was taught. The problems of the then were different. Now we are in the Twitter generation. But my child is being taught the Nile English course. Colleagues, I cannot speak beyond this. But my last word is that this country can no longer be treated by those who have been serving us. Never. Even if you gave them 2 more or 3 more centuries, the best they can do is to eat, grow fat, and die.
Allow me to make recognition of the presence of Dr. Rogers Barigayomwe Birungi, who is the chairman of the Labour Party. His party has a branch in the United Kingdom. Honorable Engineer Sevamala Richard is a member of parliament for Bukoto Central. He's also here. You show him a big person and he will go after them. I've been advised that some need a health break. But we are fast spent with time. I don't know how we are going to manage that. If you have to have a break, I understand that. Please have the break. We will have, do we have a break of 5 minutes? The challenge of having a break of 5 minutes, it will turn into 15. How many say we have a break of exactly 5 minutes? Because after the 5 minutes we begin. How many say we continue? Those who want a break can continue. How many are of that view? How many don't know? It seems that's the majority. So if you think we should continue, say aye. If you think we should pause for 5 minutes, say nay. It's a very difficult one. The voices seem to be quite equal, isn't it? Let's continue then. But if you have to have a break, we do understand that. Please go ahead and have the break. Kahunda Sylvia, Lady Kahunda Sylvia, because I'm not so sure whether it's Miss or Mrs. I'll say Lady Kahunda Sylvia will speak from Toro. It doesn't matter who you are, you cannot rush people from Toro. They are made that way. Kiali ija habwangu. That's how they speak when they're asking somebody to be fast. Ija habwangu. I mean. She'll also have 10 minutes. Mkama mlinde.
Protocol observed in the interest of time. Some correction on my name. My name is Kihunde, not Kahunde. Kihunde. I come from Toro sub-region. I am an accountant by profession. I worked with local government, Poto, for 20 years and resigned in protest of bad governance. I was eligible for pension, but I said, bad governance must stop. I have to sacrifice. I am a former contestant, woman member of parliament, Poto Tourism City. I did not lose. But you know, there is no democracy. You cannot compete with someone who has free money to dish out, to buy votes. Yes? True or false? Through our attention to detail, before I go that briefly, Toro sub-region has 8 districts and 22 constituencies. Through our attention to detail and inspiration drawn from the root and soil that were brought upon in Toro, Toro has been neglected in terms of national job opportunities, services, and resources. And to make matters worse, even the political parties that are yearning for change do not also include us. They do not include Toro sub-region. Therefore, there is need to empower sub-regions by working with them, not working for them. We want to be included in the national matters. We don't want to be represented by other people, because there is a reason why sub-regions are there. People must be represented by their own. Because each community has its own opportunities, it has its own challenges, and it has its own priorities. We have started creating awareness of what we are experiencing in terms of poverty levels, corruption, impunity, oversight organs being complacent with corruption. So there is need to empower and inspire very many people, especially the youth, to understand, promote, and preach good governance. Through experience, villages have been electing LOC1s and their committees. This government has turned those people into vote hunters. They don't have statistics for their villages. They don't forward priorities, village priorities to lower local governments for budgeting purposes. That is why you see the national budget, what they are budgeting for is not precise. It is simply on guesswork. This country is budgeting as and how it wants. It is not basing on facts. So there is need to help sensitize those village leaders to understand their role. I forgot to tell you that I contested as woman MP on NUP ticket. Right now, political parties, to me, are not an issue, but personal conviction. I want to assure you that we don't want more of a Museveni. We don't want to change Museveni and bring another Museveni, or bring someone who is worse than Museveni. If we are saying there is bad governance, if we are saying the president who is in charge currently is employing family members, the wife, the brothers, the children, and then there is a political party coming up doing the same, are we really serious? So we have got to be serious with what we are doing, and we have to be open. And the problem with us, Ugandans, all of us, right now, we are listening. We seem to understand, but when the time comes for implementation, we shall look for you and you will be nowhere. You will have switched to something else. Museveni has mastered the Ugandans, that they are not reliable. What are we going to do? Why can't we start with ourselves? You seem to be listening, you seem to be understanding, but when the time comes, that time when someone needs you, the critical time, you disappear. We have been having role models. We saw people switching to bad, they were preaching bad governance, NRM is bad. They have switched. Bet Kamia, Mama Mavira, they have changed, they have switched to, is it now good governance? What can they explain? So, Ugandans, please, can we stick to the truth? Can we stick to personal conviction? we are being taken away by small, small things. Money. Those who got money, where is it? You can't even... How about your legacy? How will history judge you? I want to appreciate the presence of Dr. Honorable Miriam Matembe. I have always admired you. You are too open. You speak your mind regardless of anything, and I like it. Even where I am, I tell them the truth. And when you tell a dictator the truth, they character assassinate you. If I am leaving NRM, there is bad governance. The wife is a minister, the son is what? How about you? Your brother is a mobilizer, your wife is an organizer, your sister is... What is this I am doing? So, we are going to speak the truth without fear or favor. Uganda must be put to right. It starts with you. I want to tell you today that you people, Ugandans, are not serious. We are not borrowing people from Nigeria to confuse us. It is you. Why do you seem to be understanding? Then on the last day you do something different. You talk to someone. I have been in campaigns. People are like chameleons. Today, they are with you. Tomorrow, with another. Even ourselves, even those not in power, even the moral fiber of Ugandans is too rotten. You call all contestants, you invite them for money. This one comes, you get this one comes. What are you? What are Ugandans? Before you blame the leaders, what are you personally? First check, let us first check ourselves, then go to the leaders. Because the leaders are playing on our minds because we are personally weak. So we have to change ourselves first. In short, the economic development means programs, policies, and activities. And there are stages of economic development. Mr. Principal, as you take to the floor, I would like you to highlight how we are going to implement this economic development. And you explain to us the stages of economic development, where we are, how we are going to achieve. Because when I used to work with local government, all oversight governments, all oversight institutions were complacent with corruption. At one time, there is an IGG officer who called me and said, Sylvia, do you have any person who has done anything? Meaning, the cases I was taking to them were cash cows to them. When I say this one is swindling money for the road, for him he's roofing his house because they share the loot. So this complacency, you cannot, first of all, they tell you that for an embezzlement case to succeed, there must be an audit report. An auditor is supervised by the town clerk, the accounting office. Can an auditor crucify a boss, someone who signs your appointment letter, someone who supervises you? Can that be possible? The institutions are too rotten. The systems are broken down. So, in summary, the Toro we need, and Uganda at large, we need modern technology. We need investment in infrastructure necessary for continued growth. We need increasing agricultural production. We need widening the extent of the market, internal and external trade, expansion of social overhead capital, particularly transport. We want to accumulate human capital. And in summary, the rule of law and democracy must prevail in Uganda. Safety of people and their property. There are people who want to speak out, but they fear their properties and businesses will be crushed. So we need to look at that. We need functional institutions. Now, corruption is like a policy in the country. you see before even they ask someone, he's willing. And lastly, we need equal distribution of natural resources to all Ugandan sub-regions. For God and my country.
We'll move over to Kasese, where we do have Dr. Nasim Musenene. Dr. Nasim? That's Renzori, yes. Is he here? I was going to go to that part of the Bible that speaks about a Passover.
All praise be to the Almighty God, the omnipresent, the omniscience. Peace and blessings be upon all the messengers of God, right away from Adam, Jesus, to the last one, Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Allow me to greet you in the beautiful salutation that peace and blessings be upon all of you. For the interest of time, protocol observed. I'm so much overwhelmed to see the regions that formed this country have gathered here today. It has even made me to think about one of the best definitions that I always take for history. I have always said that history is not the past, but the map of the past, drawn from a particular view to be useful for a traveler. When you see these people as travelers today, gathered here to correct one single mistake that our predecessors did, of bringing all these regions together to form a country without consulting them. Now, history is being made that these regions are here to dialogue. And this again takes me to one of the great philosophers who said that a community that does not dialogue ends up raping. So we have been raped into a country without knowing our issues. Now we are dialoguing to know our issues so that we can push a better country. Brothers and sisters, the Uganda we want, including the Rwenzori we want, is the country where every person is empowered economically. Because we believe that whoever is empowered economically is equally empowered socially, is equally empowered even politically. That's why in political science, for us we call economic empowerment as a common good. It is something that every person must have. Having said that, the issue of economic marginalization, economic injustice in this country is not a left-wing, nor a right-wing political opinion. It is a long continuum. It is something that we have lived with. We are continuing to have it until we make a decision in several dialogues that we shall be having. Anecdotal evidence shows that Rwenzori issues, including issues of Uganda, have proven to be a mental fatigue, especially to us, the social scientists. Why? We all know that Rwenzori region is an economic hub of this country. Being an economic hub of this country, Today, Rwenzori has been turned into something else. It has been turned into an insurgency center. We are also trying to scrutinize whether the insurgencies that are coming in Kasese, becoming cross-generation insurgency, are they being plotted? Are they being planned? Or is a move to completely destroy our economic hub? Ladies and gentlemen, when you single out the major cash crops and food crops that Rwenzori has, and you only take cocoa as an export, you will realize that in the year 2020, cocoa earned for this country $72.5 million US. And this defeats logic. When I was in Cairo, in Egypt, I came to realize that the only source of water they have depends on River Nile. But water is cheap, and everyone accesses water to an extent that me as a student, I have never failed to pay a bill. But Kasese that has uncountable water that sometimes can even cause flood and kill people. I'm not a student, I'm a working class, but I suffer with bills. How have this impacted to the lives of Rwenzori people? We have water, we have irrigation scheme. It is in Rwenzori where we can eat fresh bean January to January, but all these, the way they were left by previous government is the way they are. We have Kilembe mine. Between 1966 to 1972, it was employing 3,000 people, and therefore I call it an incubator of employment. But it is now on standstill, and no one is benefiting there. This also makes me reflect one of the prominent scholars, who was our neighbor here, called Tom Mboya of Kenya. He mentioned a statement and said, a country, a community that does not reflect its history is like a face without a nose. You just imagine yourself in a mirror without a nose. How ugly are you? And that is our current Uganda. And the current Rwenzori, very ugly, where people have all those resources but are not being handled. Because time is not my friend, I'm compelled to omit some of the issues, but allow me to settle with two issues. The two issues I'm going to settle with is the fact that my professor one time told me, I borrow 1 minute. My professor one time told me that when you do something using the same method and expect different results, it is the highest point of rationality. We have a theory of economic empowerment being brought to us, starting from Wetandikwa scheme, coming to prosperity for all. Bonaba Gagawale. We are now gambling with parish model. All this, we are using the same method. We are getting same results, but we are on assumption that we shall get different results. Ladies and gentlemen, my take-home package for you is, slavery was not a crisis for British and America until the abolitionists turned it into one. Racial discrimination was not a crisis until the civil rights movement turned it into one. Likewise, apartheid was not a crisis until the apartheid movement turned it into one. Sexual discrimination was not a crisis until the feminism turned it into one. Likewise, economic empowerment and the new Uganda will not be there until need turn it into one. I rest my case.
May I also add that time management was not a crisis until the moderator turned it into one. I'd like to bring in Mr. Tugumisirize Barnabas. I hope I got the pronunciation right. He comes from Ankole. Chigezi. Is it Chi? Chigezi. Chigavar. Please don't dance here. This platform will go down. They are very energetic people.
The principal, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. I'm Tugumisirize Barnabas, here to represent Chigezi sub-region. May I request my colleagues from Chigezi sub-region stand up for recognition. I thank NEED administration for inviting us to come and participate in this national dialogue. Chigezi sub-region is in southwestern Uganda, and it comprises of the districts of Kabale, Ruchiga, Rubanda, Kisoro, Kanungu, and Rukunjiri. It is mainly a highland area at the altitude of 1,500 meters above sea level. So Chigezi became part of Uganda way back in 1911. There were some disagreements between the Germans, the Belgians, and the British in Chigezi sub-region. So an arrangement was made, and eventually in 1911, Chigezi became part of Uganda. Probably that's why we are here today, as Bachiga from Chigezi. Chigezi is inhabited by different tribes. We have the Bachiga, we have the Banyarwanda, we have the Bahororo, we have the Batwa, and some Baganda and Banyoro. So, how long is it from here in Kampala to Chigezi? You have to actually move 400 kilometers, a distance that covers something like 5 hours drive. So you see, it is really very far. Chigezi is densely populated because we have 300 persons per square kilometer. And when you compare it to the national population density, Uganda has an average population density of 229, but Chigezi has 300 persons per square kilometer, with a population of 1.4 million. Chigezi is represented in the national parliament by over 22 honorable members of parliament. The natural resources in Chigezi, we have lakes. We have lakes like Lake Bunyonyi and Lake Mutanda. We have mountains and hills. We have Mount Muhabura, which is the highest in Chigezi. We have forests and national parks in Chigezi. We have Mugahinga Gorera National Park. We have Bwindi Impenetrable National Park. We have Echuya Bamboo Forest. And Queen Elizabeth is also part of Chigezi. So what do we do in Chijezi? In Chijezi, we do agriculture, but mainly on subsistence farm. 68% of our people, they do practice subsistence farming, meaning that they produce to do what? To eat only. We have tourism. Because of the national parks and forests and lakes and mountains, many people, especially tourists, come to Chijezi to look at what we have to offer there. Because among others, we have gorilla trekking, we have monkey trekking also, we have nature walks through these impenetrable forests, we have bird watching, and other tourist activity. We do also mining. In Kigezi, we have iron ore. Uganda, you know, Uganda is estimated to be having 55 million metric tons of iron ore. And much of this iron ore is located in Kigezi, especially Kabale, Rubanda, and Kanungu. So we do what? We do iron ore mining. And on a weekly basis, some of the iron ore artisans, they earn 150,000 after selling the iron ore per week. And some of the youth are being employed in this mining sector. The education, you know, education in Chijezi, the Banyachijezi like investing in education. That's why it is well known that in Uganda, the Bajezi come from that area, because they first really grasped what? Education. That's why we have very many people, prominent names from Kigezi. People like Amam Babazi, people like Uganda, people like Musime Mutevile Zeret, people like Kareke Ihura, to mention but a few. Because their fathers and mothers, that's how they wrote to do, educate them. So, as Chijezi, what do we want as Chijezi? First of all, we want infrastructure development. Just as you have heard that we have tourism as one of the major activities, just as you have heard that we do mining and we do practice some farming, these activities need good roads. But minus the main road to the borders, many of our roads are in bad shape. And we therefore would like to think of how we can improve the transport sector so that we can properly also exist in Uganda. We also feel like there should be the respect of human rights and the freedoms of all Ugandans. Recently, there is a talk about the issue of poison. And we are wondering who is doing it. And is poisoning Ugandans for which reason? And when you ask a question about poison, they say that's a dangerous talk, don't mention it. But this is a concern of all Ugandans. We must talk about this poison. It is dangerous to our country. The other time I saw Mr. Inanga, one of the police spokesperson, threatening to arrest some people talking about poisoning. This is a great issue, and we want it sorted, other than harassing Ugandans talking about poison. This is a problem. They will kill me today, but tomorrow they will look for you. We feel, as people of Chijezi and Uganda in general, we should look at the political question of transition. Recently, I think you may have heard about some talks around Jersey about the transition. For us, we didn't know that really at 82 years, someone can come back as a presidential candidate. So we started talking about the question of transition. Many African countries have suffered because of mishandling this question of transition from one president to another. So when we started talking about it, these guys you have seen from Kigezi, Tango Doi was quick enough to come to the TV and tell us that the current president will be the same presidential candidate come 2026. So now we are all wondering as Ugandans, how long will this one take? So we are requesting that there must be a talk about this transition so that we get good brains who can really run our country. Another issue of our concern is about the politics of identity. Politics of religion and tribes have taken Uganda. And as the Ugandans, we feel this is a bad device which should be fought seriously. And therefore, I call upon all Ugandans to fight this vice of politics of identity, that is tribalistic politics and the religion. I thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Recently, I added to my Runyachitara vocabulary the word Yebari. Yebari Mnonk. I used to think it is Webari, no, but Yebari. So I am growing slowly my vocabulary. Madam Matemba, I'll tell you the source. Let's invite a delegate from Ankole, Ms. Prosi Ayebari. Yebari. Wakushimira munonga. Muganda twakuha akazindaro abanyankole nibakuhente.
Thank you, the moderator. I'm called Ayebare Prose from Isinjiro in Ankole region. Allow me to take this opportunity to recognize, first and foremost, Honorable Miriam Matembe. If it was not Honorable Miriam Matembe, I couldn't be here. Because she has been our voice. And I promise you, you are still our voice. When you are still in this government of NRM, you are a good voice for the voiceless people. But up to now, you are not there, but we still move under your footsteps. Moderator, I request you, we are given 10 minutes. 10 minutes are not enough for Ankole region. Why? Ankole region is much blamed of what is happening of the current Uganda. Am I deceiving? Moderator, I ask you 5 minutes to read through this important document. Give me 10 minutes to represent the Ankole. give me 5 minutes to allow other members whom I traveled with, because other people, they might think that maybe you have bribed me to give out what is Ankole. Thank you.
Request shall be considered after this session.
Thank you.
Because the thing...
allow me to recognize the people I moved with from Ankole. I'm not here alone, and we are with our Matembe. Meeting at Rwachitura with the President of Uganda and selected representatives from various districts on 15th March 1992. This is the agenda they had. Prayers, opening remarks by His Excellency Chairman, strategy for the next 50 years, plan of action. Minute 1. The meeting started with prayer led by Reverend Bishop, exactly 11 p.m. Minute 2. The chairman, His Excellency, welcomed the Basita clan and other clans representatives in his home. He briefed members present the purpose of the meeting and thanked organizers for a good job done. He told members that the only opportunity they have is one, when he's still a president. He directed Hope Chivengere to act as a link between his office and these people at the grassroots. He told them that they were few in number and that he fought to liberate them so that they could be heard in society and Uganda at large. He reminded them of the need to have a master plan for at least 50 years if their Hima clan is to remain vibrant and rich. His Excellency told his listeners that if they cannot use the opportunity maximally, their daughters and sons will blame them in the future. At this function, he reviewed to them a theme and plan of action in order for them to achieve their desired goals as follows: to have the highest education qualifications during his term of office for their children, to make sure they are the richest people in Uganda in the 50 years master plan, to make sure they control the army and have the highest ranks, to ensure that they take charge of all resources in the country, to ensure that everybody else is poor so that they could be controlled and so that it could be they could be controlled and respect the group, to ensure none of those not concerned not to know about the action plan. Every one of them was directed to recruit the Bahima boys to join the army so that they could dominate the ISO, PPU, ISO, and military police. This would assist in the resisting of other tribes that would attempt to take power by the use of force. Minute 3. The chairman informed the members to enact so that they could remain the only kings in the region. He said that the master plan could not be achieved unless 80% of their youth are properly trained, equipped with the best necessities to manage these issues. At this juncture, the chairman directed Mr. Eric Aruhanga to take charge of educating the sons and daughters and send them abroad in countries such as India, England, America, South Africa, Karhanga accepted the responsibility. The chairman directed to educate the daughters and sons initially, especially to ensure that they put up a special school in Nyabusozi to cater for the interest of the group. On this note, Mr. Kutensa suggested to upgrade Kanyariere Resettlement School from nursery up to secondary, which was passed with no amendments. Minute 4. Mr. A. Rwakakoko interjected the chairman's speech by giving direction to members on the real discussion by introducing a new chapter of how His Excellency would be succeeded after his term of office. On minute 5, Mr. Ephraim suggested that the next president should be the brother of the president if the master planner is to succeed. He wanted then if the Viru and other non-Bahima clans got to know about the action plan, it would fail to take off. Minute 6. Muzei Rutamwewa suggested that Sarim Sare should go back to school if the objectives of the action are to be achieved. He suggested that Sarim Sare has to get O certificate and A-level certificate. This was agreed to. He also suggested that some clansman, possibly the son of His Excellency, should be groomed to take over the regime from the Sarim Sare. This was agreed on, and the group begged His Excellency to look around for a boy who would groom it. The group also brainstormed about how to destroy those who would gang up to take power from the clan. This was suggested for the potential. Minute 7, the way forward. Deny other people access to economic resources through overtaxing individuals and companies which don't belong to our people and protect those of our people. Destroying cooperative societies and unions. Selling public enterprises so that others don't gain from them. Commercializing education and health services. Our people to be employed in public offices from which they should reap maximally while being protected from prostitution. Destruction of economic, military, and political will of northern and eastern Uganda. Immediate return of non-political Kabaka of Uganda while we promote disunity among the Baganda. Uniting all Bahima in the Great Lakes region, politically, military, and economically. Participating in the exploitation of economic resources of rich neighboring states. Making strategic alliance with whatever power in the world that we make achievement of this plan. Minute 8. Members this is important. You people, we are fighting. We don't know why we are fighting.
Proceed. The challenge is, I will look unfair to the rest.
No. Moderator, excuse me, I have not even represented the Ankole I do come from. This is just a document.
My challenge is, this is my challenge, because I stopped other people from continuing who also had important things to say.
Let us hear from the what? From the audience, because we are here for the best of our Uganda. You ask the audience, moderator, we are here for the better of our Uganda. We have to define our Uganda. Then we get the way out of a good Uganda. We are here for a purpose.
Those of you who think she should proceed, stand up. And those who think we must maintain what we had, stand up. That's how democracy works. You asked for 5 minutes more. 1 minute 23 has run.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. I'm from Ankole region, where we have the Bahima, the Bachiga, and the Banyankore. The Bachiga and Bahima are in this class of Biru. Then the Bahima are our masters. Then the Biru, we are seen as the slaves of the Bahima. I want to define the Ankole we are in politically. Me, I contested as area MP Isingiro North. I was contesting with Honorable Bright Rwamrama, the State Minister of Agriculture. This is the Honorable who has been in powers for 20 years and above, and he's still there. Politically, Daviru, we are denied from taking the powers from LC1 to at all levels. We are denied from accessing the leadership. They are the ones to tell. For example, if you go to Mbarara, the Mbarara city north is Honorable Rikari. Then after Honorable Kari, who is Omhima, is the son of the Honorable Bright Rwamrama, Honorable Mpaka. After Honorable Mpaka is the father, Honorable Bright Rwamrama. After Honorable Bright Rwamrama is another fellow Muhima from the first family. Kangwaje, Honorable Kangwaje. After Honorable Kangwaje, it is Honorable Nasani. The fellow what? The fellow Muhima. That the politically. And in primaries, in last primary elections, in Bukanga, they had no NRM flag bearer. They were all independents. Why? They were all from Bahima family. And during the time of elections, Isingiro, they said we voted 94%. This is the district where I do come from. We never voted. We are denied. Because we reached at the polling station at 8 a.m., you find when the exercise is already done. We never voted. In the western region, in Ankole, we don't vote. You people at the end, you start saying, it's Ankole region that is voting this government highly. We don't vote. For you, you have the rights to vote, but for us, we are denied from such a rights. That is politically. Economically, if you are not working for these people, they will not allow you set up something for the good of our community, especially building schools, hospitals. If you are doing it for the good of the people, they will overtax you. They will make charges you cannot afford. This is the region where you think that we are being paid the salaries, that we are being favored in this government. We are the most oppressed region in this country. The way you have ministers, we do have ministers in this government. The way you have members of the parliament, we have them. But they are in this government for their families, not for the region. We have the resources, but resources are being exploited. We have gold. We have coffee. We have matoke. Isinjiro district is the leading district that produces the matoke. But the thing, we have no factory. All our matoke are carried into this area, and we have poor roads. We have no factories where our farmers could meet the high prices for what? Thank you. It's just 1% out of 100, and excuse me, the moderator, I request the need what? The need people. You bring the Ankara region on board to describe our Ankara, then the rest regions. I believe at the end we are all in the same boat. We are all facing the same challenges. We are all breeding in our country. Let us join together and we find a way out how to get a new Uganda. Thank you. I have said all this in my names. I have a process for God and my country.
I've just come here.
So far, Ankole has had 16 minutes.
I'm sorry,
and nobody else has.
I'm sorry, moderator.
But since you are there, I'll give you an extra minute.
Okay, please. I'm Isaac Mwagaba, Rahama County, Ntungamo District. The issue the madam was raising, they are correct to the best of our knowledge. But we have got a problem because when 1995 Constitution was made, Ankole was not recognized among other mother regions which were formulating Uganda in 1962. So our establishment as Banyankole was destroyed, and therefore was our culture set up. All those systems of people who have been leading Uganda now 40 years running have not got the culture of the people of Banyankole. So that's why we have had exploitation of the highest order, operation of the highest order, and lack of respect for the rule of law. I rest my case. You can add on from that.
I'd like to add that I have a very difficult job as a moderator. The challenge is I have to distribute time equitably to everybody without appearing that I'm favoring one region over the other, because I also work with the assumption that all regions in Uganda are equal. Let's bring in Karamoja region, Mr. Chero Emmanuel. I hope he'll appreciate the full 10 minutes. Then after him will be Mr. Ocho Godfrey from Bukedi, then we'll go for lunch. And to Mr. Chero, I'll say, Mata.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I would really love to thank NEED for this opportunity. And at least once in time, Karamoja has been brought on board. You know, Karamoja is that country that is next to Uganda. That even when over 4,000 lives have been lost since 23rd March 2019 to 27th of March 2022, nobody talks about it. But there's COVID, people are talking about it. And only when the geologists are killed, that's when it becomes a matter of national importance. Even the fourth state, Samson. And anyway, we thank God for that. And you see, when you look at the street children from Karamoja flooding the streets, there's no one who's talking about it. So anyway, that hunger. Anyway, we are now here to talk about the Uganda we want, but then from the Karamoja perspective. And this is what we are bringing it out. So Karamoja is about 27,000 square kilometers. It's about a tenth of Uganda's total land mass. And its population is about 1.2 million people. This is the census of 2014. We believe another one is coming soon. And we shall get to know what is the population of Karamoja. Of course, you know Karamoja, we hear about minerals, we hear about endowment. But Karamoja has about 50 different kinds of minerals. And I think if you look at it, it holds, I think, 80% of Uganda's wealth for the next 362 years, if you have to look at the statistics. Just because of time, that's why I'm just trying to wrap up my... But I will share with the moderator the presentation in case there's anyone who will have to go through it. But besides that, you know, Karamoja leads in high mortality rates. You know, poverty levels now at 65%. If you have to look at the Ubos household survey of 2020. And so the problems hindering development in Karamoja, number one, insecurity, armed conflict and regional cross-border instability, disjointed and uncoordinated and poorly targeted government and development partner interventions in the region, insufficient, ineffective and unreliable service delivery mechanisms in Karamoja region. Like the presence of government in Karamoja is very thin. That's why you can say that in this cattle rustling, there are like two governments which are coexisting in Karamoja. There is the other government in the Manyatas that knows that the boys have gone. If they don't attack at 1 p.m., they will attack at 9 p.m. But this other government, the former government that raises the flag in the morning at 8 a.m. and lowers it at 5 p.m. in the evening, only gets to know after. And they give reports of incidents. So they don't get to know. So that actually gives you how the presence of government, the former government, is thin in Karamoja. So we have negative effects and enormous risk in post and development in climate and environmental factors. So we have the issue of victim mindset change. That should begin from here, about the perception we have about Karamoja. Before you can talk of mindset change in Karamoja, I think that is the most important. So we have the issue of the land management and tenure systems. You know, the customer land, the recognition of primary users, secondary users, and tertiary users. It's also one of the challenges that is affecting the development in Karamoja. Furthermore, basing on those challenges, like now if you are to look at the insecurity, for example, the cattle rustling, how government was trying to respond to it. Like if you look at the element of the LDUs, why did government withdraw the LDUs from Karamoja? If at all the LDUs were involved in cattle rustling in a few communities in Karamoja, in the Mateniko, in the GA, why do you then withdraw LDUs also from Abim? Okay, why do you also withdraw LDUs from Teso? So is this what could have caused the spillover? And that's why on this platform, for all our friends from Teso, from Sebe, from Bugisu, from Lango and Acholi, all those who have lost their property to Karamoja, all those who have lost their dear ones, we really apologize. That really you comment that we believe, we hope for the better. In the Karamoja we want, in the Uganda we want, in the perspective of the Karamoja aspect. Of course, when you look at the nexus of all these challenges, it's always the children, the women, and the elderly that suffer most. That's why you see about 97% of the street kids now in Kampala here. They are not only in Kampala, they are in Gulu, they are in Mbale, they are in Jinja. It's from Karamoja. So, so what does the future hold? Okay, is there a hope for Karamoja, or it's a hopeless hope, and that we should forget Kabisa, and that so yeah. So now the Karamoja we want, the Uganda we want in the Karamoja perspective. We want a Karamoja, we want a Uganda which is free from violence and conflict, free from war, free from poverty, free from corruption. We want a Karamoja which is driven by youth and women emancipation to move forward. We want a Karamoja which is free, which is expressing itself without fear, expressing itself without any oppression or favor. But now the question is, what kind of leadership do we need to produce such results? What kind of leadership do we need? And for us, we are saying there must be a deliberate role. We should establish a Karamoja's leaders review mechanism. We can say, for example, you, the chairman of Kotido, you, the chairman of Moroto, you, the honorable so-and-so, representing this constituency. You have been in this constituency for quite some time now. Have you provided this kind of leadership that Karamoja wants to move forward? If you have not provided that kind of leadership, what do you need? How can we help you? What kind of weakness do you have that we can support you to help you deliver that kind of Karamoja that we want? So now the other issue of the Karamoja problem is the land question. If you look at the, people are talking about minerals, but if you look at the concessions, if you Google now the concession map of Karamoja, just companies who have gotten licenses from Karamoja, and it will shock you. And I know sometimes they say a child who has not moved out of home knows the mother cooks the best meal. But to this effect, I can assure you that Karamoja is the most. But it's not too late now that we are on this platform. It's not too late now that we are here, that we are on board now. Need has brought us. So we are going to travel together in that vehicle, and that Karamoja will move to the next level. So moving forward now, government ministries, for example, departments and agencies with the resource power should be engaged, okay, to ensure their interventions in Karamoja. Like now, if you look at Ministry of Transport of Katumba Wamala, apart from only this road that takes you to Moroto through Soroti, there is no any other road. You see, why Karamoja is not developing is because there is no any other road to take you to Sudan, there is no any other road to take you to Kenya, so we have been pushed in the corner. So you go, it's like there's no any other village ahead. And for us, we are saying now we need here that we want to move with that strategy and that Karamoja will move forward. So there should be deployment of at least state attorneys and other judicial officers in Karamoja. You find there's only one state attorney in Moroto district. This state is supposed to do the work for the whole Karamoja. Today is in Kotido, tomorrow is in Karenga, another day is in Akapiripiriti, in Amudat. So you find the work there, the judiciary is crippled. That's why it's difficult to even trace some cases. So government should consider deploying a minimum of 18 police officers per sub-county in Karamoja. Because when you look at only one police officer seated in a small kiosk, that is the one handling crime in the entire sub-county. So this is really, so National Planning Authority, okay, in consultations with key stakeholders, should develop a comprehensive Karamoja Regional Development Plan to move forward, because it is not there and then should be implemented. So adopt and innovate ways of developing lasting and impactful solutions for wealth creation for the people of Karamoja. Like now, we are looking at explore and scale up natural resources management models. Like now, you see these CCs, these triple CCs who are constructing our roads, they come from China. But these are local governments there. These are sub-county governments in China. So for us now, what we suggested was, in Moroto district, in partnership with UDC, because now there's electricity there from Karuma, so we are hoping any time from now, we will have, so how can Karamoja also get some factory, a cement factory? But the idea is, how can those locals, people who own that land, because now they gave it to government during colonial time and even during Idi Amin's time, it was an irrigation scheme. Now, we move from there and say, how can you move together with those people, you, Moroto local government, in partnership with UDC? For example, you're establishing there a factory, but those locals should be shareholders to this factory. It's something that we are trying to work out now to generate income. It will be the first kind in Uganda. Then the other thing is the settlement-based livelihoods and agricultural development models, like now the Agromax. If you have seen what the Agromax is doing, like in Kakomongole, it's like the kibbutz model of the Israelis. When the Israelis got displaced to whatever countries, their strategy that... Thank you, Chief, for the warning. But Yeah, we shall move on. So that model works for the kibbutz. The kibbutz works for the Israelis to resettle them. Because it's the same like the Manyata, the Arab model. So it worked for them. Now, for us also want to adapt that with development center. But like now the Rupa Community Development Trust now that we are looking at. You give land as equity, but you survey land, it is in the clan system. So that's how we are moving forward. And we want government to support this. One need to also be part of this, look at it as a way to pacify Karamoja, to avert this insecurity. So government should transform lives of the Karamojong from subsistence herding to commercial livestock enterprises. We also want to grow matoke and bring to Kampala and sell. We want also to have milk like the way you in Ankole you are having. We want all those things there. But we want government to support us. You know? Now, the other one is to break the cycle of recruitment of children into warrior way. You see, here in Kampala, in other regions, okay, when the child is 3 years old, is recruited to a nursery school. In Karamoja, it's different strategy. It only happens in the population of 20% that lives along the highways, the trading centers which are developing now. But the other population of the 80% lives in the Manyatas. It lives 40 kilometers away from those centers. So for them, a child is 3 years old is begin shepherding. Is begin understanding the bushes and what have you. So for us, we are suggesting that if government could support us and even put affirmative action and say for 20 years from now, we want compulsory education for Karamoja. Put a primary boarding school in every parish, a secondary boarding school in every sub-county, and say for Karamoja to move forward. Because now if you look at people who are involved in cattle rustling now, how old were they in the 60th disarmament of the NRM? They were 11 years, they were 12 years. So I wish if they were at school, would we have this kind of raids now? We wouldn't have them. So, UPDF should maintain the relationship because now the CIMIC element, for example, within the UPDF and the ordinary people, it doesn't tally at all. So when the UPDF, for example, there are cases of mob justice in some places in Kotido, in where and what have you, in Amudat, you find a UPDF officer is seen in uniform, people mob justice because of the CIMIC element. So which has been created by, of course, by impounding of innocent cows, by the military involving themselves in this kind of challenge. You find you arrest a woman selling bullets, for example, and you discover it's a wife of a soldier. This lady is taken to the hospital, to the police. The following day, you see she's back in town. So there's nobody who is talking about it. So most of if you have to look at the statistics now about this cattle rustling, we have lost over 200,000 cows since 23rd of March 2019 to 31st March 2022. And this challenge has gone on and on. There's no one who wants to give a solution. And as we've been brought on board now, we are really trusting need now. That need should create this platform for us to thrive through. And because of the mismanagement of the Morui, Tita, and Abilatuku resolutions that spell out exactly how the military, can impound cows. Now for them, they have abused those. For us, we are suggesting that this should be codified and passed as ordinances in all councils, at district level and at sub-county level. So there should be zoning of areas so that economic enterprises is prioritized based on the comparative advantage. Like now, there are areas in Karamoja we know, because most of Karamoja land now is 2 game reserves, is 2 game parks, and over 65% of Karamoja's land. And that's the most fertile place, okay, the most fertile area. So other areas in Karamoja now are dry. And for us, we are saying, no, for some areas which receive some amount of rainfall that are fertile soils, can those areas be prioritized for agriculture so that you don't take their goats and other things? So we also want HUA, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, and other stakeholders in the tourism industry should be involved in planning and benefit sharing to help the communities improve. Because the moment now you just expand like Moses Ali now in 1992. You just expand and say all these places now a game reserve. You bring all the homes of people, you bring all people's gardens. Okay, I know somebody behind me here, Samson Kasumba. But anyway, let me conclude. I know peace and development are two sides of the same coin. There can be no development without peace, and there can be no peace without development. So for us now here as need, are we part of the solution to these challenges? Or we are part of the problem? For us who need us brought to this arena now, to this Victoria Hall, are we part of the solution? And this is very critical to us who are here, because many are called but a few are chosen. So anyway, thank you very much, and yeah, may God bless you all.
One of the things I like about the Western society, Europe, is the system and concept behind traffic lights. In Europe, it doesn't matter whether you're taking your child to the hospital for an emergency. If that child is not in an ambulance, you will stop at the traffic lights. In Europe, it doesn't matter whether your wife has had a miscarriage and they are bleeding. If they are not in an ambulance, when the traffic light shows red, that's it. Whether you're a minister or you belong to the royal family, it's what it is. In fact, on a private farm, Prince Philip, the late Prince Philip, the husband to the Queen, had an accident. His driving license was withdrawn. If we are to build this nation, we are going to find a way to respect structures. One of the biggest problems of this nation is that we have participated in destroying structures. Sometimes we have the belief that structures should work when they are comfortable. In Europe, even when they are uncomfortable, everybody participates in defending structures. To a certain extent, today we have participated in breaking a structure. And when you break a structure, there are definitely consequences. From now on, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to come here and speak for 10 minutes because we've participated in breaking a structure. Sadly, it is what it is. Enjoy your lunch. I'm told that there is a new structure for lunch, that regional leaders will lead their teams, but you can participate in abusing that structure too, and there will be consequences. My name is Samson Kasumba. Good afternoon. Somebody is going to entertain us here with jazz, so I'd like to invite them to come and take the floor as we wait for lunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Good. Took me a while to know that they were saying all night. If I gave you my childhood version of that song, you'd wonder whether I went to the schools we went. I'd want to imagine you've had a fantastic lunch. Now, you have to earn your right to be a paparazzi favorite. So Lady Dr. Matembe has earned her right over years of hard work and ridicule for her to be a favorite of those who want a memorabilia from here. So I'm not one to steal her thunder. I'll let her enjoy her moment, and she's had quite a fair share of that. She's been around and served this nation with distinction. If God can give me as much time as she has had, the question is how I use it. I'll definitely be glad. I think she is going to make the 7th floor someday. I'm struggling on the 4th floor with interest in the 5th. Very serious interest in 5th floor matters. The principal has established a plot of land on the 5th floor. How long he will hold it, I think God knows. He's destined for the top floors. So we're back from lunch. Good lunch. I will try as much as I can to keep you with me. Most African lunches are majority starch, and we all know how much starch does take in terms of digestion. Now, when starch is being digested, the brain tends to, the body tends to require a lot of resources. So the first place to be denied of blood is the brain. Then the blood descends into the stomach to deal with the digestion. So once I realize you're praying for us, I will know that digestion is taking place, so I will bring some lighters so that we can make ourselves to the very end. So we continue with the program, and I'll ask, it must have been Mr. Ocho from Bukedi who was lined up next, and he will take 10 minutes. But this time round, the system of 10 minutes we are going to keep. And here is why. Let me underscore this statement as Mr. Ocho comes. One of the biggest challenges of this nation is disrespect of systems. And this is why you realize in Uganda, we are the only country in the world that doesn't know on which side we drive. Because we broke systems. I want need to be remembered as an institution where systems are more important than the persons who established them. Let me repeat this. I want need to be remembered as an institution where systems are more important than the persons who established them. The reason why you are alive is because the lymphatic system does not abuse the digestive system. The moment one of your systems in the bodies begins to abuse the other, you'll end up in a medical system where you will be given penicillin. And if you don't take it as prescribed, which is, you see, 2 times 1 is also a system. You abuse it, you're gone. So from now on, I want every speaker, without my intervention, to respect a system. The system is 10 minutes. There is also a system here in front of you, which is a screen, to remind you of the system. Let me see the first person to abuse the system. Here we go.
Abusing the system, I think it will stop. And I promise I will keep the 10 minutes. I'm called Ochuo. I come from Bukedi sub-region. I want to bring you closer to Bukedi. Bukedi, we have the Itesots, we have the Japadolas, we have the Basamias, then we have Banyole and Bagwere. And with me here, members from Bukedi, for purposes of honoring you, may you kindly stand up. Mr. President, those are the people from Bukedi sub-region. Thank you so much. May you kindly sit down. The principal, I need to say Iyalama, and I need to say Afoyo, for moving the whole country just to do one thing, to digest and fill the livelihood of our people. This has given us a platform now to begin the discussion. Having said that, Bukedi comprises of about 7 districts. We have the Budaka, Palisa, Butebo, Buteleja, Tororo, Busia, Kibuku. Those are the 7 district with about 22 constituencies. And that's the sub-region I'm talking of. Now, for those who may need to know that if you could talk of any other place in Uganda, Bukedde would be the most preferable place to refer to. One, we had the most viable agriculture network, and that one through growing cotton. Cotton had reached the extent that every family could afford, one, to take children to school, second, to handle the household issues, but through the network of cooperatives. My brothers from Central Region, you'll be listening carefully because the gun is now on your side. They came and destroyed cooperative. They started with Bukedde. Maybe because we had nobody to stand for us. And today, we are the second in the levels of poverty. Can you imagine? With about, if you put together the factories we have, cement factories we have like 5. Yes, 5. We have other cottage industries. But today, if you go to a cement factory like Simba and Toro Cement and then Hima, hardly you will get a person from Bukedde working there. Actually, some other factories, you hardly even get a Ugandan working. I wish I had a liberty to mention some, but I don't have liberty for now. The Ugandans are not there. They are majorly from Kenyans working in these factories. And we are wondering, what is this? People were talking about education. I'm telling you, those people who were at school between 1960 to 95, if I would ask here, they will tell you there are people who are from Toro College, Manjasi, Bukedde College, Kashonga, majority. And if you move to Kampala, most people had their studies in Tororo. But today, if you go to these traditional schools, they are history. But I don't want to dwell on that. I want to dwell on issues affecting us mostly. In the corridor of Busia, we have, that is the extension of Lake Victoria. But our people don't eat. In fact, at a certain point, they were eating, they call it mugongowazi. Mugongowazi is that kind of fish. They remove the flesh and they leave the bones. But the bones had some flesh in. So our people used to feed on that. But when the politicians started raising this up, they now even captured that and started banning it. So our people resorted to what they call locally in our place omena. This silverfish. But even that today, you can hardly get. So our people, they have reduced them to that level. Can you imagine you are near a lake, but you cannot eat fish? And if you attempt to eat fish, the next thing may be a bullet. And that is how bad it is. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, need has come. It is an opener to all of us. Now, if you consult with my brothers from Boteleja, I'm telling you there is no way you are going to replace tradition with modern culture when you don't really handle it well. Our people in Boteleja and Bugwere used to grow rice. Today, if you go to those swamps within that area of Bunyole and Bugwere, the Chinese are the one. They are partitioned, and the tractors and everything, they are moving inside the swamps. They are telling the Bagwere, Banyole to go to the upper land and leave the swamp for the Chinese. And it is there, happening. I want, by the time we leave this meeting, conference, we should come with a resolution to help this country. Then, as you talk in every day in Busia, the gold that comes there, I happen to come with the national coordinator from the same area. Just to clarify on that, can you mention how we get gold? the gold thing. Just clarify on it. I know it is not your time.
Well, from the government source, the new vision of 11 October 2021, I think page 7, states that there is a gold deposit around Tira, where they will be extracting 1,000 kilograms of gold every day. That's about 200 billion every day, yesterday, today, like that.
Are you listening? 200 billion. We are the second poverty. Second to Karamojo. Where's my brother? We are coming closer. Poverty. It is a laughable matter, but very serious. So, that is gold. If you come to the borders, it is amusing. I was in Nairobi just a few days ago, and I passed via Malaba. You don't get a person from Bunyole, Bugwere, or Samia, or Japadola, or Muteso working there. In fact, in our border, they instead took Uganda, and a larger extent, Kinyankole. No, I'm saying to the larger extent. Now, we are saying, we are not really seeing the situation. And this explains truly what this young lady was telling us here. That there is a plan. I don't want, by the way, this lady is very right. You see how the Langis who are here struggling to explain themselves. You know, Obote did this. Please, Banyankole, don't allow this thing to happen. If there is a need to tell this man, Ale, Uganda is enough for us all to survive here, and everybody can be comfortable. Other than trusting people whom you have lost. If you lose glory, then you are nobody. Rather just go and do other things. So, now, in Tororo, we used to mine limestone. The study that all of you did. If you want to produce cement, there are 3 minerals that you need. One is either limestone or pozzarona. Then there's what we call linker. And then there is there is that one called the Pikit Kenya. I don't know. I can't remember the name well. But the linker that today is the biggest requirement for making cement comes from Moroto. In the whole world, Moroto. And do you know how expensive it is? And why are they using? They have used, by the way, let me tell you, they have used all the rock, the pozzarona, which is in Tororo. It is over. They are now in, where is Tom? Tom, are you around? They are now in Sebei. They have captured Sebei every corner, because this is where pozzarona is. Every corner. They have finished ours. I'm telling Sabines that you must be careful. We lost ours, we no longer have it. You must be very careful. Unless it will help you people or it will boost the economy of Sabines, that is when you should promote it. Short of that, please listen to need. And maybe lastly, we need, since you have come up to save the situation. So many people came in and disorganized politicians. We lost our names and they disappear. I want, Mr. President, you take this mantle until the end and we shall support you. Before my brother Kasumba tells me, I want to thank the honorable member here. These are the heroes we have, by the way. He had to bring the collaborator down. He brought the vice president down. And he's a member of parliament today. If we could get such people in our community, this would be a plus. Can we clap for him? Because these guys who are punishing us, they are even more dangerous than the other very people. Because with them they get just peanuts. and they go disturbing people. Let's vote for them. Let's vote for them. Eh? So with that few words, I may not take a lot of time. I want really to be disciplined, but I hope I've communicated something to you. Thank you very much for God and my country.
I'd like to announce that you have used your time very well and even left some change of 1 minute and 15 seconds. Give him a big hand clap. So we are still looking for who will be indisciplined. When you buy an expensive car, do not eat food that is cheaper than the car and leave the car. This car is not cheap. I have the key. Please see me, and when you come to pick it, talk nicely, like an owner of an expensive car. Kampala Metropolitan, Mr. Zimuna Peter. Will he be the first to be indisciplined? We are still looking. Give him a warm hand clap. In the 80s, red shirts were popular. They've begun to be popular again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Principal, Mr. Kabuleta Joseph, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Miriam Matembe, the mother of this land, the National Coordinator, and the Deputy National Coordinator, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. First and foremost, I want to, before I introduce myself, introduce the people that are representing Kampala Metropolitan. Please stand up for recognition if you are from Kampala Metropolitan area. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. My name is Apostle Peter Chisache Zimula. I belong to Butiko clan, Muganda by tribe, of course, with some connections from Ankole and Ethiopia. I'll bless the Lord so much. I'm a leader of Arise and Shrine Glory Ministries International in Entebbe Municipality. The time is not ticking, so I may not know how far I have gone, and I don't want to break the system that is already broken. Sometimes, of course, we must let Mr. Kasumba understand we must first break certain systems to set up systems that will stand. That is on record. Need is a national empowerment dialogue ensuring that all Ugandans are aware of their resource, heritage, that is unique to their region and actively pursuing equitable sharing of that very resource. It's important for me, ladies and gentlemen, to let you know today as I address you about business and taxation. One man said that if you rob Peter to pay Kasumba, you will have to maintain and handle Kasumba properly in order to keep yourself in position. And that's what the government of Uganda today is doing, robbing Ugandans in all spheres, in all sectors. One person, as we were discussing outside there, said there is Chinalization of Uganda's economy. And we will agree. Today, it was alleged some time back that the airport, of which where I belong, I come from Entebbe, a few kilometers to the airport, much as the people from Entebbe have never stepped at the airport. They actually don't even know what is exactly done there. It is also on record that Entebbe records over 20 billion a month. But Entebbe municipality is only given 30 million shillings a month. You can imagine that. So that is broad robbery. We have to understand that Kampala Metropolitan is the center of all business. That's why we are all here in Kampala from all different regions. We have to converge here to discuss issues that should push us ahead. Our challenge are immense. There are many. When we talk about tax injustice, the taxing body doesn't include clients in same tax policing, and this is called tax inclusion, a strategy where the tax body must involve the taxpayers in negotiating and setting up policies that must govern businesses. We know that the industries here in the central, and of course in the country, like other representatives have communicated, all have an invisible hand. Either they are of China, India, if not India, then they have an invisible hand of the state. So they are either run on behalf of the state. One Chinese friend of mine said, you people don't know how your government and how your nation moves. And it is us who know. And our people can only get peanut. There's nothing they are able to earn from this. And there is a saying that we have what it takes to take what you have, and you have nothing to do about it. This is the situation Uganda is facing today. When we talk about business, the taxes are so high, they are choking us. And many Ugandans have been forced out of business. We must understand that. The park, the Otex Park today, is apportioned. It has gotten private owners. And I'm sure, if I'm not mistaken, later or soon, you might find it no more. And these things that we must rise against. And I pray that we all unite. We all speak the same language. We all have the same agenda without politicizing any matter. But then look at the issues that are at hand. Ugandans, if a bar of soap is at 10,000, I don't know in your regions, and the Prime Minister can smartly say, use purple leaves, which you cannot, of course, find today. So it is a situation, we are in a dilemma that needs a very urgent solution. As a pastor, as a leader, I feel indebted. And I don't know what we can do, but one thing I am sure, if we unite and speak the same language, there is a change we can cause in this nation. The principle in income and business taxation, the belief is that the tax should be based on the individual's ability to pay tax, known as ability to pay principle. But the question is, do the taxpayers, we the Ugandans, have anywhere to negotiate about the tax policies? Do we have any place? So that's why we are choked with these taxes, and we don't know what to do. The principle number 2 states that the idea should be that there should be some equivalent between the individual that pays the tax and the benefits that he subsequently receives from the government. But we are not receiving these benefits because we still have broken roads. We have no infrastructures. So we even don't have the accountability of our taxes. And it's high time we rise up, we put aside our egos, our pride, and deal with the issues. You've heard from Ankole as they're distancing themselves. And indeed they are suffering. The tax problem is affecting every Ugandan today, whether big or small. If it has not affected you yet, maybe you are part of the beneficiary side. But if you are part of the true Ugandans, then you must feel the pain that we have at hand. I would have so much to say, but I want to conclude over that because of time, and I don't want to break the system. I want to cite out something that is very, very important. Leadership becomes the issue in the change of what we want to see Uganda get to. And without credible leaders, all this we discuss about is a dream that will never be achieved. It's a responsibility that we must all carry to begin citing out men and women that can stand and take up leadership responsibilities that concern all Ugandans. Isaiah chapter 3 verses 1 to 4 says, "For behold, the Lord the God of hosts takes away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stock and the store and the whole supply, and bread and the whole supply of water, the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet and diviner and the elder, the captain of 50 and the honorable man, the counselor and the skillful artisan, and the expert enchanter. Then I will give you children to be your princes, and babes shall rule over them." That is an issue about leadership. If we don't have right leadership, then we have babies sitting in governments that do not have a solution to the predicaments we are facing today, and all they can give us are disappointing reports. I pray that men that have rose up, like Joseph Kabuleta, and the rest that are still coming up, we give them a hand, we stand with them, we support them, that we may deliver Uganda to a place that we all dream to see. Ladies and gentlemen, I remain Apostle Peter Chisache Zimula from Entebbe and Vice Chairman, Kampala Metropolitan National Economic Empowerment Dialogue. God bless you.
There was a system that God cannot die, but because of sin, that system was broken and God died. And there was a system that whoever dies remains dead. But God broke that system and he rose again. So I believe in breaking of systems. But when a mother fails to deliver normally and the system has got to be broken, not everybody cuts. And you are not cut from everywhere. There is a system called a theater. So as we break systems, we must break them using systems. Mr. Kadokech David will speak, still with the system of 10 minutes. Will he be the first, as a young man, to break the system without a proper system-breaking system? Nabeswaga gwe. Is that the essence of kuvimba?
Thank you very much. As the moderator said, my name is Okumu Kadokech. I rarely echo out the middle name because I'm a Pan-Africanist. And I feel like black name is the most important name. Our principal, I would like to take a state honor again to extend a great lady in this country. I like following her program. She's a frontliner, NBS, every Thursday from 10 p.m. Please, if you have not been part of that, it's very important. She has been. I follow her as a young person. At the age of 26, I think I can still talk. I'm here to really break through the role of the youth in the liberation process. Personally, I wouldn't say that I'm privileged, but I've really taken up time to traverse this country. 136 districts in the country, at least I'll step in on my feet as a Ugandan. Many asked why I do that, but it's also something that we have to get to know where our country is and also follow the next. So, Africa in general, I want to tell you that we constitute 60% of the youth. Actually, youth doesn't have a distinguished definition to define the youth. It is not there.
unless you have the definition here to tell me. I doubt whether it is there. 25 years of age are the majority constituting in African continent. If you look at Uganda as a country, using the able statistics, being a statistician, I follow up closely on the statistics of this country. You found that 78% of Ugandans are below 35 years below in the voters register, according to 2014 statistics. So where are we the youth? Liberation is not something that has started today. Many of the young people in the diaspora started out struggle as early as 1900. Pan-Africanists rose up. Please, I prepared a slide that is running here. As you see that. Please, I think I may not follow the slide critically, but I would like to cite some few parts of it. Please go to at least the definition of liberation. That one is not something that we should really focus on, but that's where it is. Is that an action of setting people free from the imprisonment, torture, among other things that have been we have been struggling off in this country and across Africa. Please, I would like you to run to the part of historical facts, some few historical, and you see how the young men have really fought in this country. I mean, across the globe. So please, if you read that, you see all the people have been fighting. All the fight, the struggle has been by the young men. Not a person, not again Honorable Maria Matembe to come and fight for this nation. No. NRA was led by President Museveni. And was the eldest. That was the 41 people who rose up. Only 41, please. So, if I speak as from the eastern part of the country, and I speak from Bukit region, I design at least 3 major reasons that youth should focus on as their roles to really see we liberate our nation and Africa at large. I would like to share that. Please, the first one, please just keep on that. Next slide. Okay. For you, as a young man, you should know your rights and laws. For you to be in a position to liberate your country, you should know rights and laws. Following on that, I cited a few. All the movement across Africa have been initiated by the young men. Check on South Africa's struggle, Zimbabwe, even in Uganda, because they know their what? Their rights. Second slide, please. Okay, mobilization, organization, and coordination. We should be in a position to mobilize, organize ourselves, and channel proper coordination for effective liberalization. President Museveni said that he liberated the country when he attacked Kabamba barracks. Please, I'm a young man, I don't want to talk a lot, but a few knowledge I've gained from that really doesn't concur with his statement. So we should be in a position to liberate our country. And how best are we going to do that? Mobilization, organization, and we have to channel a proper coordination. Please, last part of my presentation on the role. I had only 3. Education. The only weapon we can use to change the world is education. I'm unprivileged to have gone through one of the not good standard schools. The only school I can talk of in this country that I went through is Makerere University. No any other institution of learning from primary, because my schools are not existing in the country. Education. They have taken back to marginalize. They have taken back to take only those privileged ones to go and attain education across every part of the country. There are very many schools which have gone off. Therefore, where are we the youth heading? Yes? Invara SS, I doubt whether it is existing. Umpachi, nowhere to be seen. BCK, some of you know Bishop Cipriano Chabakade, but BCK original is Bukeri College Kachonga. Among other schools, Mandela SS in Oyima, is it existing to the strong? Please. The great people know where it is. Personally, I can't define where the country is going. In conclusion, I quoted that great man. I regard him as a great man because he has been one of the youngest activists in South African Parliament. I really follow him a lot. Marema. Basing on that, we as the young generation, I don't want to go beyond my time. We have to stand up, collect ourselves, and gear up right channel for the leadership of our country. They say that we liberated the country, but I don't see any liberation. I am a political gamer and a leader. Please, it is a time that the young people have to turn up to see where the country is heading. Constitutionally, if I look, I can put at 70% of the people are here 40 years below. Are we Pan-Africanists? Are we activists? Are we nationalists and do we love our country? Are we patriots? Where are we going to gear up that? So those are basically the three areas that I stood as a young person representing institutions of learning across the country to find it out that how best can we channel this. All revolution, all movement have been geared up from institutions of learning. No one should lie to you. All transitions. Even President Museveni, when he had to move, he had to pick some guys from the university. And by that time, he had also moved out of the university. So young people, stand up, open your eyes, and please gear the move to liberate our country. Last slide. It is very clear that youth's voice must matter in every movement and struggle. Follow me on Twitter. I'll share with you that slide if you really need it. I thought that I could have more other humble time to be part of this, but at least I've been in position to say out something that is really important for the youths of the country. I call all of you to turn out and see the need. All leaders will be talking about aspects, but political aspect, Gazette is all for God and my country. Asante sana.
We are still looking for the first person. Will it be Imam Eid Kasozi, an academic, a preacher man? I don't know how in English you can translate Ateria and Tama, but maybe Imam Kasozi will come and translate that for us. Imam Eid Kasozi, what's the translation of Ateria and Tama in English? Give him a warm hand clap, Imam Kasozi, and 10 minutes. Who will win the battle? Is it Imam Kasozi or is it the 10 minutes?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. The principle, I've had everybody say principle, so let me use the principle. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 2 days ago, I received visitors and they asked me to come and be part of this program for 15 minutes. And I accepted, much as they had come to me at a very short notice, which these days does not apply to my life. But because of the nature of what they were telling me, I accepted. Otherwise, I should have told them no next year or any other time. I have only 7 minutes, 8 now. But they asked me to say a few, or to make some comments on the role of religious organizations in empowerment. For sure, I did not go to consult any book or any whatever. I said I will just come and say what I see. Because I personally believe I am empowered. I think Kasumba said the meaning of Ateria and Tama in English is to be empowered. Because if you are empowered, you will be free. You become a free thinker, and you say what you think is right, irrespective of what others think. Of course, if you look at our religious organizations, they were the fountains of education in this country. They are the managers of health. They provided what you can call social services by creating several social centers across the country where people would go and probably make reflections. Today, it is missing. If we are talking about national economic empowerment dialogue, first of all, think. All of us, those of you who have your national IDs, remove them. If you have it, look at it. And see how many months or years you are left to be Ugandan. Because it is going to expire. And two, recently they changed, we are no longer Ugandans by descent. We are either by birth, registration, or otherwise. So the moment we accept that, it will be very hard to empower ourselves. It will be very hard to talk about empowerment. If we cannot rise and say, why should my national ID expire? Why should you change my Ugandan status? And you want to tell me that I am Ugandan now by birth, when I am Ugandan by descent. So the regions you are talking about and your originality could be easily now eliminated by saying, you did not know. Okay? You are here by birth, like anybody who has come here and he is born here, he has come Uganda. Now we are on the same status. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. So who would be helping this? It is me and those people you think we are religious leaders, leading religious organizations. Let us be sincere. And each of us look at your religious organization. Is it still independent? Is it still independent? The Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, said, the hand that is giving, the upper hand, is always more powerful than the lower one that is receiving. So all our religious leaders, the majority of them, except a few, are receivers. And because they have become receivers, they have become dependent of some force. And therefore, they cannot help to empower their followers. What went wrong? What went wrong to me, we deserted them. The followers deserted. The moment they elected district cards in your region or in your area, and you are 20,000 plus Muslims, and you are saying, President, give our cars a car. Now, when he gets that car, and he's using it to move everywhere, is he still under your control? Is he still under your control? Absolutely no. And therefore, you borrow the English adage, which says, whoever pays the piper chooses the tune. That's why my leaders, my religious leaders, your religious leaders cannot take the lead to empower us. But those who were before, they empowered us. Prince Badru Kakungu started the Uganda Muslim Education Association, ensure that the Muslim child gets education. And today I can come here and pose and talk to you. If probably I had not done that, I don't know where I would be. Equally was your religious leader. That's why some of the schools they are talking about, some young man take him here, said, the schools, okay? Of course, the schools, you have also abandoned them. My school, at a given time, had a chief justice. It had a principal judge. It had a leader of a political party, my former school. Okay? And many other senior people. But it was almost on the knees. And today it is being run by younger people and a few of us who have said, let us make it great again. So your church, your mosque, whatever, it is you to make it strong again. If you don't do it, my brother, I pity you. Therefore, some young man said, education is one of those things that we need. And it is one of those that can make you be empowered. But the majority of you, you do not go to school. You just go through school. Media has looked at me. The majority of these young people today, and many others, they don't go to school. They go through school. They have the papers, but they have gone through school. They have learned nothing from school to help them become what they should be. That's why I said they are looking, President, help us to find us the markets. Not the markets said what they have produced. No. President, help us. Everybody, pray. We want everybody. Sometimes I just sit down there in my home and laugh. And I said one time, and I want to retaliate it here, that the people who are the ignorant, I now actually envy them. They are very lucky. Because when they go to sleep, they sleep. When they go to bed, they sleep. When they find food, they eat and they get satisfied. Me, I no longer sleep, I no longer eat. And get satisfied. Pick the food, it reaches this stage, I think about such a situation, this economic empowerment, for example, if I think about it, this food will never be sweet to me. And even when I put it inside, it will not satisfy my anger, my hunger. When I go to bed and wake up at midnight, I may not sleep again, because every other time I'm thinking of what next. We are in Ramadan now, I'm telling you. I was telling people there that my phone now is one of the highest sought probably after President Museveni's. MPs, ministers, councillors, mayors, imams, we want some food to give our people. Imagine a minister asking me to give him a small portion that I have secured to give to people, that I should give it to him so that he's the one who takes it to the people. And he's a minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we can laugh and laugh and laugh. Until we change. The Quran says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. God will never change a state of any group of people until the people change their mindset. Is the new one. And that's where the danger is. So, when they ask me, where forward is to change our mindset? How? By rediscovering ourselves. Have you rediscovered yourselves? You know, I know your principal, or the principal from a different background. I used it to follow him, and we share a lot. We used to, with him and Mark Sally and the lady who. I used to follow them, and I could call into their programs, I would talk, because I don't watch much, but I follow, because I went to school. I went to what? If I ask some of you, if we ask you, do you have the newspapers for last week? You don't have. You used all of them to make fire, to write your sigil. But you paid your money. Somebody came to my home and he saw the newspaper and said, what? I said, no, these are from about 2006. Since I graduated in 1985, and now, I bound them and took them to the university. They're in the university. When you go there, you'll find them there. Today, whenever they come in, because I don't have space in my house for the newspapers I have bought, ever since I started buying a newspaper every day, and not one. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have only 5 minutes to go. We should, the religious leaders, if you want the religious leaders to do the economic empowerment you are talking about, they should first of all rediscover themselves. Many of them are not about. So it is you, help them to rediscover themselves after you yourselves have rediscovered yourselves. I worked in government for 6 months and resigned. 6 months, only 6 months. From November 1985 to around March or April 1986. And the reason was, the title was big. I did not find work to do, but I had a big title. And by 10 o'clock, I was already maybe sleeping or dozing on my desk. So I said, let me go and be a free agent. And ever since that time, people have found it very hard to employ me. You hear me, somebody tell me, he has said I'm academic. I am not. I teach at the university, but I don't think I am an academic. Because it is not my calling. I only teach because there is space for me to teach. Now I am a business person. So when you are talking about economic farm, I am a business person, and I have done a humble business, but now I do a very humble one, commercial agriculture. And many of you are now convinced there is no money in what? How I wish I had come with my pickup here full of pineapples, and each of you, I should have sold to each of you one. I would have earned a lot of money. Because when asked me, I started by going to the market. I didn't pick pineapples, the full pickup. I came and passed by, packed it even in the car. I told them in the compound so that I am here in time, because they told me I should be here between 2 and 3 o'clock. And I wanted to be here in time, because time is part of my problem with the people I live with. The other problem is, if you want to employ yourself, you have to be principled. Are you principled? Are you not overtaken by simple gifts? Simple gifts. Are you committed to what you are doing? Recently, a group of so-called corporate, they call themselves corporate, they came to visit me on my garden. For them, they call it a farm. Me, I call it a garden. Because it has not reached the stage of being a farm. But when they reached there, but this is the farm. I said, why? You have 20 acres of planted with pineapples, and you are harvesting, and you are saying it is a garden. I said, yes. My vision was, grow these pineapples, turn them into something. That's when I've been now a farmer, a real one farmer, not just a gardener. I am just a gardener now. They were surprised because they were about 30, and I gave each of them 3 pineapples. 3. And they ate some. Yes, they are corporate. And I think, and none of them bought. After giving them 3, none of them bought. But they went away. But they helped him also to create market for me when they reached out to other people. So, ladies and gentlemen, in 1 minute, what do we do? Way forward. Help your religious leaders to rediscover themselves from this begging scenario they are living in. an imam, your pastor, your reverend, if they choose him, he is the one. And you cannot buy for him. If you think he deserves a motorcycle, buy that one. If you think he deserves a bicycle, buy that one. If he deserves a car, buy that one. And if you are the one and they don't, and you see they are able to do it, and they don't do it, you are not their leader. Just resign, become also part of the followers. And maybe help them, they want to come to change their minds so that we can be there. Ladies and gentlemen, talking is not my problem. I can talk and talk and talk until the other day. But the only way, if we are going to empower ourselves economically, we must participate in this economics by starting with simple way. Do what you can afford. Don't do what you want. The majority of you, we have a problem because you want to do what you want and you fail to do what you manage. When you do what you manage, it will lead you to what you want. Thank you very much. 30 seconds, sir, for you.
You are principled if you buy newspapers for all those times. Imam Kasozi is an incredible individual. Let's also bring in another incredible individual, the Honorable Waswarule. He's the oldest first son, and he was part of the Inspectorate of Government. He's also been part of Parliament, and he loves jazz music. If you don't love jazz music, I'll tell you what is wrong with you when I come back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasumba, for that introduction. Mr. President, Mavili's also is there. Honorable Matembe, Honorable Wamara. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Waswarule. I have many distinctions. I was part of this government. If the government has done well, you can praise me. If the government has done badly, you can blame me. But I'll go into that another time. Today, I'm going to talk about politics, political goals and objectives. NEED is a political organization. It's a political pressure group. What are the functions of a political pressure group, a political party? They are to nominate candidates or to identify candidates to support in order to be able to push forward their agenda. To influence legislation once that is done, and that is the machinery they go through. To unite government depending on whether they're in government or outside government as a balancing power. To inform and influence citizens. You can see by this August gathering and the attention that it has attracted that yes, you do have ideas and you're collecting them from around the country, but you have invited the press so that you can transmit those same ideas to influence the course of events in the way that you see them. What is political ideology? Because you can be in a political organization, be it a political party, be it a political pressure group, be it whatever. But it is important to have an ideology, or you end up being the sort of political organization that muffles its agenda. You know, there are many political organizations on the scene. I really don't want to talk so much about them, but there are lots of political organizations who appear to be, their sole intent is to remove the status quo as it is, but have not focused on, once you have removed that status quo, what are you replacing it with? And the importance of that, I remember very well when I was in the United Kingdom and there was a change in government in Uganda, and my mother, she's since departed, was dancing in joy because there was a change in government. So I asked her, yes, there's a change in government from where to where. It's important to focus where you're going, not to simply go, because when your political focus is simply about the struggle to remove a dictator, for example, once you have removed that dictator, your objectives cease. And you cease to know what you are doing. So it is important to focus on the framework in which you work on. So political ideology is one of them. Since you want to endear yourselves to the citizenry as a political organization, be it through lobbying or gathering votes, it's important to have a political ideology that people will identify with. Without a political ideology, then people will not understand what is going on. When I was in the United Kingdom, before I joined the government, I shared with my friend, Honorable Matembe here, somebody asked, it was Professor Kanyamba actually they asked, he had come there, he was I think a Minister of Commerce or something. And he said, but you know, we don't understand this thing that is going on. What is it? I mean, who elected you? Who gave you mandate? But Kanyamba, being a very straightforward and honest man, he said nobody elected us because the powers that came through the barrel of the gun. So then you should start talking about that. At least somebody had identified that there was something wrong, that something that had not yet been put in place. So a political ideology is a set of ethical ideals, principles, doctrines, sometimes myths or symbols that explain how society should work. So you should have an idea of how you want society to be governed, and offer some political and cultural blueprint for a certain social order. The whole purpose of having an ideology and having goals and the framework to work in is so that you don't work in an ad hoc manner. The ad hoc manner of political organizations or lack of them is what they call mob rule or anarchy, and it is not a very nice thing. It also defines how to allocate power in society, because the allocation of power, we have a system, for example, the RC system. It is built as a system to give power to the people at the grassroots. But of course, when somebody is describing it in that way, they're not telling you that it is also a means of taking power away from the people. Because if I can take 9 people in a village and induce the 9 people with whatever inducements, the village has spoken, and you have taken away the power of the village. The same can happen to the August House, which is a parliament. So when you gather a certain number of people and you induce them, what happens is that you have stolen away the powers of the public. But nobody ever tells you that angle of the political spectrum. And it's important when you're doing the analysis to look at these issues. We were here in this August Assembly here, making the Constitution with my friend again, Honorable Matembe. And of course, in the Constitution, there were very many issues, some of which I will touch upon. It was a rocky time at the time, but we got through what we did, lost some, but we live with what we have, albeit not necessarily in the happiest form. So the political ideology can define the form of government that should be it could be an autocracy or democracy. In Uganda, if you look at the constitution, you can believe that you have a democracy. in practice, if I listen to the voices that I have heard, it's really an autocracy. So you can work out what is the difference between the two. It is in how, when laws are made or statutes, the finer details. If you get artisans and fishermen to come and make constitutions, sometimes what you get may not be what you want, because they are easy to if you use flowery language and whatever, they can think that they've got what they want, but the power has actually been given away. Other forms of economic systems are part of economic ideologies, and they include capitalism, socialism, communism. Communism is another interesting way of conducting business. It's a bit of socialism at the lower level and capitalism at the top level. So you find that the people in the communist environments are extremely rich, like they are in capitalist environments, and down here they're sharing equally the little that there is left. Environmentalism, nationalism, civil libertarianism, all these are all forms of political ideologies. Now, once you have defined the framework in which you would like to see a country governed, you have in your mind that I want a democratic state, I want a socialist state, this is merely the vehicle for the objectives that you want. Being on a political scene, and it is interesting because even within political organizations, you go into a political organization, and I've been asked in my political party to lecture many times, but one of the questions I always ask the delegates is, what are your political objectives? And then you get silence. Then somebody will stand up and refer to your political history, bring out issues, and then say that these are the objectives of the political organization. That's not true, and it's very misleading. Simply because I'm a member of a political party and I've championed ideas, they are not the ideas of the party. The party has to adopt ideas formally, stand up as a party to champion them, and then stand up to be counted by the citizenry. And most of our political parties do not. If you go in the elections that have gone past, in the last 5 elections, for example, if you look at the theme of many of the politicians who have stood, the ones who are present here accepted, you'll find that most of them, and in fact Imam Kasrozi, he has gone, he's a member of a political organization, he was at that time, but they had a clear vision of the ideas of the political objectives that they had. But the major political organizations don't. And there's a big void when it comes to that. And you really begin to wonder why. And the answer to that is because they don't want to be counted when they get into political power. And you should always be careful about associating with people who don't know where they're going and they don't know what they want to do. Goals can sometimes appear like ideologies, but the difference between the two is a very thin line. They tend to relate to specific economic and social pressures of the time. If you look at as I said, we were in the 1985 constitution making process, and I remember giving a speech here, the first speech I made, and I picked out issues in the constitution, but those issues defined the goals that I was working towards in trying to make that constitution. But they relate to the socio-economic pressures that pertain at the time. And I can go through them just to give you an understanding. I talked about the armed forces and society, how the armed forces should be in society and how they relate to it. Power separation or not. The Bill of Rights. Corruption. I pity my friend Betty Kamya. We come from the same constituency. She's making a beautiful speech about anti-corruption. How her boss is telling her not to touch the untouchable. Now, contradiction in life is incredible, but tells you what the status quo is like. Other issues were culture and monarchism, power devolution. How you, I heard somebody, the gentleman from Karamoja, talking about getting shares in an investment opportunity in their area. Let me advise you freely today, never ask for shares, because the person who's running the organization can be so corrupt that the organization makes a loss. There will be no dividends. So even if you have 1,000 shares, you'll get no dividends. But if you can tax directly that economic institution, you can get some benefit for your area. So, as I said, I have 1 minute to go. I'm a timekeeper. If you're in politics, like me, you have to know how to keep time. If you have Kasumba behind there, you also have to respect the fact that he has a job to do. And political discipline is very, very important. It's not one of the written goals, but if you don't have it, get out of politics. You'll end up being like some of the people we see on the political scene whose business is to fill their pockets and not the well-being of the masses that they represent. We say a lot of things on the political scene when we're going up, but when we reach there, you find silence. And you can see it today. People talk of numbers, that numbers count. We were here in this August assembly. We were few who were supposed to be in opposition, but we made our mark. Why? And why is it that people who are more today cannot make any impact? In fact, you don't know even that Parliament is sitting sometimes because the newspapers fail to report what is not said at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, one of the first things we do in politics is to keep time. That discipline will take you far. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
The Honorable Wasarule, thank you very much. He's left a whole 2 seconds on the board. Engineer Sebamala is our next speaker. Engineers know that if a building is to go up and stay up, it has to have certain principles. The concrete is supposed to be in a certain way. The pillars are supposed to be in a certain place. Let's see if he will keep this building standing. Engineer Sebamala. I think we don't change buildings after the structure design.
Thank you, Mr. Kasumba. Mr. Kasumba, there's what we call design review. In engineering, there's something called design review during construction. However, I'd love to take this privilege to thank the organizers, the principal, and your whole management. I would like to thank the presence of our fellow speakers on both sides, that side and this side, and the presence of the historicals, like Madam Miriam Matembe, Honorable Doctor, the first son, Waswarude, presidents of the different parties, all protocol observed. Mine is simple. I am by names Sebamala Richard, a member of Parliament of Bukoto Central. At the moment, my brand is he beat Sekandi. I don't want that much. I would want to create mine. I would need to create mine. I always say that let's leave the bygones be bygones. Today we are here to defend this country. As Sabama Richard, there are things that I believe. Politics rules the world. If you're going to operate someone and they tell you no from a politician or from somebody holding a gun on your head, you will let them die. If you're going to grow beans and somebody puts the prices of these things low, you will grow coffee. Am I lying? Politics rules the world. It decides the direction of everyone here, be it the education, be it the health system, the agricultural system, be it trade, be it what, it's politics. When you elect these leaders, the politicians, they go into positions of decision making and become managers. But at the time of election, they do not show you or they do not portray to you that what you're giving us is the power to manage you. It's just a game, a simple game of electing a president. But after electing a president, this is the person that is going to decide what you eat tomorrow, what taxes are built, and everything. I want to narrow down to just one simple thing: the state. The people that sat down on 15th March 1992 to draft their 50-year plan are the state. Are the what? The government is there to come up with policies and bills to keep the state. Parliament is supposed to be tailored in such a way that it protects the state. Technocrats are supposed to follow, actually of late, the National Planning Authority should come up with a policy or an amendment to make sure that Parliament is inclined towards protecting the state. That is what we are against. That is what we are here to fight against. We are here to fight the state. If we need money, we have to fight the state. Simple terms. Uganda Radio Corporation was given 184 billion to work on the meter gauge. How many of your relatives are there? How did it pass? The government brings a bill, to borrow. Parliament passes it. The next day, the Chinese have it. And then the two presidents had talked, let China roads and bridges be the person to construct. And the money is gone. We want money for the airport. We come up with some sort of document from Kasaija. It comes to the Parliament. We borrow 200 million and they are given, $200 million. Go down and ask them what they are doing with the $200 million. Go to oil roads in the Kabuleta region. The Bunyoro region. Tomorrow when they want to come up with oil roads, all they have to do is look for some Chinese, tell them they are pre-financing, give them around 2 trillion in debt, and ask them, to construct the roads. Parliament passes, and it is gone. You call it development. But where does this money trickle down to? It is a syndicate. The government brings this. Parliament plays along. The technocrats come up with the paperwork. And the money is where it is supposed to be. True story. The historicals can say I'm lying. This was not there in their time. This is what is happening today. So what are we against? We are against poverty. We want to get money. Badly, we want it today for our communities. We want to empower them to be able to afford basic services like education, health, you know, so that we can do something about our communities. We start with politics. We start with the leadership. A round of applause for the fact that all regions are here. What's the strength of the state? It has the money. What's the strength of the state? It has the army. Lango region. You are here. 5 or 10 of you identify. Actually, all of us, before I attack now, all of us are bound to do a few things right. One, put it in our heads that we need to change. For as long as you're here, I believe you know we have to change, apart from the spies that I talked about. Now, after identifying yourself, you don't need anything. Sebamala, I'm nothing to win the vice president. I was nothing. I had the mindset that I need to take this man out. He's old enough and he has to go. The second thing was about building a team that is going to help me go down and traverse the masses, which you have done. The third thing was to pass on the right information to these people. To transfer the right information to these people. What are you against? The army is going to come looking for you day and night. Be ready to play around with it. They go left, you go right. They go right, you go left. They slap you today, you're not okay. Today you've slapped me, but tomorrow I'll come in harder. It is not going to be a simple thing. As we are planning, they are planning. As we are talking here, they are recording, they are listening, they are transferring to their bosses. So be sure, it is not going to be a good and smooth flow of fight. No, we are going for a blood-full fight. These people want to stay, they have a 50-year plan. We want to enter yesterday. And nobody tells you somebody is going to hand over power overnight. You know what? You know, Kabuleta, you know, since you speak very well, you're in sports, you know, now you come and be president. You know, here I was corrupt, it is okay, you forgive me. Here I killed so-and-so, it is okay, you can forgive me. Here I took this land, it is okay, I am using it. Here my son did this, but it is... You just can't be president. Is that what you expect? Is that what you're here for? If you're here for that, then you're in a wrong position. We are here to fight poverty. And the only way we are going to fight this poverty is by changing the political system that exists to better, not for worse. Go down, identify what these communities want to do, what they want to hear, how they identify with you. Simple struggle. I am Sebamala Richard from the Mutima clan. That's a voter. A Catholic, that's a voter. From Democratic Party, that is a voter. Do you see my rhetoric? Go down to your communities. Identify these people identify the constituencies. I'll call them constituencies. Look at your constituency, but Lango region. But come down and identify yourself with these particular people. And talk to them about what really affects them. And how you went through the same, you're going through the same, but you want change. And how change is not going to come overnight, but it is going to be a struggle. My struggle was 2 years with this old man. But at first I had to know. I was explaining to Joseph and Tim where he is, what he's doing, where his children are, where his wife goes for prayers, where his children are, and what they are going to do tomorrow. Let me tell you, these guys said they went to the bush when they are 27. But you see the 27 of them, everyone had something peculiar. Everyone. These ones were intelligence. The Mama and Babas were in DPP. The others were in, well, I don't know where Madame Matembe was. She can tell us. But everyone was playing a role. That by the time he moved from wherever he was to come and stand, he knew he already had the army behind him. He had intelligence behind him. He had the police, a faction of them somewhere. And as we are fighting, if we so feel that you're becoming a problem, we eliminate you. That's the struggle. That's the what? That's the struggle. Don't you think you're going to come here and double play? There's no time for that. We are past that. In the struggle to economically empower our people, and you're blocking on the way, picking information and taking it elsewhere, you will be in a wrong place. We shall run over you. We need change. We need change today. I have had people lamenting, for us in Karamoja, the cattle. For us in Masaka, the coffee. For us in Bukedia, this. When you even have a speaker. In Tororo, you have the vice president. Teso. Then these ones have the prime minister. They have problems with land. They have problems with oil. They even don't know how the oil bill looks like. They have even never seen an oil pipeline. We are here in suffering. Is it sugar? Is it Atiak has been given the sugar factory? Money is going. Here we are coming up with a coffee bill. Tomorrow we have Penetti with a single, person to be the one to export. And we are looking on. But what do we need today? You're the first intelligence officers that we have in your regions. Go and identify. First, who will be your next LOC5? 2, who will be your next LOC3? Actually, your LOC5 and your woman MP. Go down and identify who will be the sub-county LOC3. Go down and identify the LOC2s, all the parish councillors. Go down and identify who will be at the village in your regions. And that is when we are going to be very sure that we have a structure till the village. And the next conference that we have, we shall be empowering these people to stand and go with the right information to their constituents. From the village, to the parish, to the LOC3s, to the constituency, and to the district. And at that time, when we sound a whistle that we need these people in one place, we shall have people to make a mark. Let me tell you, there is nothing that we have not gone through. We have seen tear gas. We have seen the bullets. It will only catch you when you're in the wrong place. We have seen everything. We have run around with police. We have been jailed and our wives have been jailed. People have died because in the name of the struggle from all parties, DP, FDC, everywhere, everyone, noob. And every time somebody identifies themselves with the struggle, everyone thinks that now that one is for Kabuleta. This one is for Chagulanyi. The other one was for Mao. The other one will be for Kasangati. Who tells you that? We are having the same problems. Land. water, roads, health systems, education. We are identifying ourselves with parties. What's wrong with us? When did we lose focus? I would love to visit all these regions. I would love to traverse all these regions with you, Kabuleta. But there is not enough time. Since there is not enough time, the people that are there, the ambassadors, this is the time to go and do what is right. Because the moment this man wakes up and thinks Kabuleta wants my chair, he's going to interrupt the meetings in Bukedia, in Bugishu, and in Karamoja, in Masaka, and Acholi, by just a phone call. And remember, like I told you, we come up with the right legislature, POMA, Public Order and Management Bill. Take those ones out. Then we go down and to the legislature and we say, now there is no bail, 6 months. You understand? Because every system is there to, but how do we beat the system? That is something I might not tell you here. Because I'm not going to come up with the intelligence that we are going to use to win. Should I tell them, Mr. Kabuleta? No. I think we should not tell them. What we need today is go and organize those groups. Today when you leave here, the next time we want to hear is we have gotten the errors. We have gotten a candidate for this and this, candidate for this and this, candidate for this and this. Then we shall go down and make the structures. That is the way forward. From there, our mark will be all over this nation. And when we wake up and rise up and say this is what we need, it is what we shall be in need. And the need will become a need for God and my country. May God bless you.
There was no need for structure review because the building is doing fine. Next we will have a delegate from Uganda, Mulangira Nachivinge Jojuko.
Thank you, my brother Samsoni Kasumba, my president Joseph Kabuleta and the team, the oldest first son who is leaving at this moment to do other things, Elton John Mabirizi, Mr. President, and the Honorable who has been here, ladies and gentlemen. I will not take much of the time because much has been said. But before I commence the little that I have, my noble address to you gallant, enthusiastic members who are here, I beg to take you through as a reminder of our main ideology as need. Ladies and gentlemen, our main ideology focuses on financial liberation. That is economic empowerment. Holding conversations throughout Uganda that will change the political, economic, and social dynamics of the country. In the 15 regions of Uganda, of which Buganda is part, the deprived people of Uganda cannot aspire for the things they don't know about. Therefore, as need, we stand in the gap to unite all Ugandans to the same cause through dialogues. Through dialogues. I repeat, through dialogues. And civic competence And this is what is happening today, ladies and gentlemen. Our agenda is to ignite you all to awaken to the cause of self-protection and pursuit of what belongs to you. Ladies and gentlemen, on the podium is Omulangira Nakibingejo Juko Mulyazaawo, the Deputy National Coordinator in charge of Uganda. On behalf of Uganda region, my take is to make light of the land resources, which are land, fishing, and agriculture in Buganda region. It is notable to all of us that in Buganda region, land is the most expensive resource, with appreciating value compared to other minerals. In Buganda, and in Buganda soil in particular, that all other tribes and regions have thrived and succeeded in achieving their development strategies. However, there is a big gap that has been created in the way that people from Buganda have not fully enjoyed their resources and the privilege of being the center of business and destination of all other 14 regions in the guise of the Chiganda saying, Obukokolo Bugayana. Yet we are all in the sinking boat. The MC Mr. Kasumba will explain more about Obukokolo Bugayana, Oba Bugayangana. And that is the biggest challenge that we have as politicians. Each region thinks that they are the worst, that they are the most unprivileged, that they are the poorest, yet we are all in the sinking boat. If you go to West, my friend, Bikabya, Uganda inyuma. If you go to East, if you go to North, everywhere, the story is the same. Therefore, I urge you members not to think that the Karamojoans are doing well because they have gold and other things. Don't think that Buganda is better than the Acholis. Don't think that the Ankolis are better than those from Rwenzori. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Buganda region and all its occupants still suffer from hunger, biting poverty, health problems, and insecurities. And all these are technically created to cripple the Wananchi from looking beyond day-to-day survival for the dominant individuals that skillfully take advantage of them. Without wasting much time, I will just go to the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, because of time. With all what is said and more, should give us an eye-opener from the previous speakers to the immense robberies that have occurred to all Ugandans from all the 15 regions. My message in conclusion is to awaken every one of us to take a responsibility of what belongs to us and make a move to negotiate for the privileges we rightly deserve. An empowered society is one that is economically, socially, and politically alert and participating in the affairs of their country. There is a need to all Ugandans to wake up from their slumber and stand up to fight for our wealth, which is being systematically stolen by a few political elites who have now used their connections to acquire square miles of resourceful, rich land in the region. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to pose a question here to Mama Miriam Matembe. That what can we do differently in order to change leadership in Uganda? That which has not been done by all the other stakeholders over the years. Like the previous speaker said, we can't be doing the same things still while expecting different results. Mr. President, I wish to end up wishing you all the best in your deliberations and the exchange of experiences from different regions represented here and exchanges of notes amongst ourselves are the heaviest treasures that all of us are banking on to arrive at our desired goals. At the end of this conference, I wish to thank you, all of you, for continued support and your attention for God and my country.
The rate at which the body digests food is directly proportionate to the amount of food taken. Let me ask you all to stand up. Let me ask you all to stand up. Just stand up. Stand up for me. Thank you. Thank you. And then we are going to pump oxygen into the brain, okay? So breathe in as hard as you can. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in again. Breathe out. Now breathe in slowly. Just breathe in slowly. Breathe in. Breathe out slowly. Okay. Now try to stand on one leg if you still can. Try to stand on one leg. Don't mind. It might be the alcohol that was taken by your grandfather that's running in the blood. But try to stand on one leg, okay? Okay. Okay, good, good. Try to stand on the other leg. Now switch legs. Switch legs and try to be on one leg. Feel free? Okay, okay. Okay. Now bend to the side. Bend to the side. Try another side. Okay. All right, sit down, sit down, sit down. Now I have everybody. Now, because the reason I did that is because I'm bringing a very energetic and passionate speaker. So I wanted that to happen. Now, if you want to see energy, if energy and passion was a human being, that human being would be Dr. Miriam Matembe. And she is our next speaker. Dr. Matembe, I also call my mom. Doc, come and speak. Come and speak. Jova Gambir. Nyabra. Sometimes I go places and I begin by saying Itwabahima. Then they say, ah, no we are you. Then I answer, Tichineshong and Yomuntu.
Thank you very much, moderator, principal, and all the secretariat, and all of you colleagues, honorable, all of you Ugandans. I must say that I'm so happy today. I am so happy because I find myself standing in the presence of those people who feel like I do. I hope you do. Who feel like I do, who have a burden. I've been carrying a burden. Now I can see, oh, I'm not carrying it alone. I'm carrying it with you. When I was invited here, I didn't know. They told me, you come, there's a dialogue. I said, what dialogue? Don't call me to go and present on things I don't know. They told me, need? I said, need? I don't know need. Don't take me there to just catch me and put me in social media. So I told them, no, no, don't do that. You simply come. I said, okay, me talking. The biggest talent God gave me is my mouth. So if you call me, come and talk. As long as I find people I talk with of the same passion, that is the best. So I want to say that I'm so happy, and I want to express my happiness about need. I have learned it about today. I have known what it wants and what it stands for, and I want to say that it is an extremely important, relevant, and timely move. I want to tell you that mobilization and education of the people is the most important strategy that will lead you to mindset, to change the mindset. Because I know how I ran around this country mobilizing this nation about gender equality and women's empowerment. When I came on the public scene, the issues of women were not being talked about. And even when I went there to talk, people were looking at me like I don't know I'm coming from the moon. But right now as we talk, although we have not reached the levels we want, the issue of women is a normal issue to talk about because of the change of attitude through mobilization and education. So I'm so happy that you have started this need, and its purpose is really to go and mobilize Ugandans and say, where are we? And to bring you together, to share this experience, to know that actually we are the same. You know, when I first, my minutes will go, when I joined politics when I was a youth, a young person. At 33 years I was still a youth. And they chased me away after 20 years because of standing for truth and integrity. Because of having a purpose. My purpose to join politics was to change the situation that I had seen during Obote time, during Amin's time. Enough was enough. We wanted to change. And when I ran with the move, it had a different agenda, as she has read for you. The agenda which we didn't know. And therefore, people say, if you can't defeat them, join them, not Matembe. If I can't defeat them, I quit them, and I live on my own. I want to thank NEED for inviting me to have this opportunity to share with you. But to begin with me, I would like to thank God. I want to thank God that each of you is still alive, irrespective of the crisis through which we went. It was tough, but that we are still alive, it is not your choice. It is God's grace. My talk may be different from what they've been talking. What more do you want to hear? Haven't you lamented? We have lamented about what is going on. We have lamented. Therefore, all I say is, I endorse what you all said, that we are suffering and enough is enough. But what I want to share with you is this. When this year started, I was crying to God. I was crying to God. You know, this country's motto is for God and my country. And it has become for my stomach and my clan. Not for God, for my stomach and my clan. And love your neighbors, you love yourself, has turned into love wealth and positions as you love yourself. So what a nation is that? So I was crying to God as we started the new year. I said, God, what can I do? What do we do? Because surely it seems you have forgotten us. I want to thank you for inviting me here, because all I have to do now is to deliver the message which God gave me. You know, God is good. When you cry to him, he answers. And when he answers, he wants you to obey. No, you have given me an opportunity in all regions to tell you what God told me. This is what he told me. He said, 1, that I, my family, and the community, and the nation, Kugamba, all of us, we should be thanking him as Ugandans. That we should thank him. In fact, he used the word gratitude. That we should give him gratitude. That irrespective of the evils that we have been doing in this country, we are still alive and the country is still existing. He didn't destroy it like he destroyed all those countries out there. He says we should thank him, that he has been merciful and gracious. Otherwise, he should have destroyed us with all the idolatry, with all the evil things we are doing in this country. And he told me that the best gift of gratitude that we can give him is our hearts. Our hearts. Before you go anywhere, before you go to fight anybody, is your heart with God? Have you given God your heart? He wants your heart. He wants our hearts. Number 2, he wants us to repent. We must repent. Each of us, we have done evil in his sight. I like what the Bunyoro lady stood here, Toro. She said, you are here talking, next minute you run the other way, You look at this lady come here, becoming IGG. How? By the way, he has sued me in a court of law. We are in a court, you should come and defend me. You can't be swerving here and there, they are buying you there, and you become IGG. So when she became IGG, I said, no, your character is not suitable for the office of the IGG. Because I was the one, when I was the Minister for Ethics and Integrity, who made the law and put who IGG should be. The Waswa here who was gone. But now a political swerver, dancer, political prostitute, you become IGG. Eh? And you go to persecute, this kind of thing. So we must repent of our sins to God. All of us repent for the nation. Some of you who read the word of God, me, I'm talking to you, excuse me. If you don't know God, that's your fault, because our motto is for God and my country. Then that means you don't belong to Uganda. Eh? Repent, let us repent all the evils we have done. There is no sin we have not done. We have offended God very badly. Why should we cry? Why should he remember us? We have offended him so badly. Sexual immorality, idolatry. Imagine how the parliament goes to witchcraft, the whatever goes to witchcraft. This nation is pledged to witches. We must pray and deliver, redeem our nation from the witchcraft and all those kind of things. Eh? Corruption, murder of people, many more. We have such valued generation and moral degradation. Before you go there to fight, you must be cleansed. Have you heard? Before you go there, why do you think Matembe is not caught? And do you know how much I talk? God is my refugee. I go and hide in him. And I run and talk. And he hides me. But if you are not in him, when you go, they catch you. Don't think it is by your power or by your authority. It is not by power or by might, but by the Spirit of the living God. I want you to go and repent before God. Let's repent of all the sins we have not committed and the sins of our leaders and so on and so forth, and be cleansed and walk in the way of God. And third, forgive. That one touched me very much, because I get so angry. I want to get this. When they do things, I feel like I'm dying. I'm sure that's what you feel also. If you don't feel like that, then you are lying. You want to manage the battle. So he says, let's forgive one another. We are so angry with one another. We are so bitter. We are so jealous. We are so envious. We are so like that. So let us forgive one another. He says he's our avenger. We leave everything to him to do what? To avenge for us. Have you heard? When we do all those three things, he will come in for us. I can assure you, God will come in for us. But that doesn't mean that we sit there and wait. No. We do like you are doing. Don't you see now he has mobilized and I'm delivering this message to you? Where would you have found it? And therefore we need to have faith with action. Now that I have finished delivering my message, I want to say, then I go because I think my minutes over they have gone, I don't know. I want to say, have you listened to that message? Are you ready to go and pray to God and embrace it? And see how I can assure you when you move like that in the power of God, we shall win. We shall win these people. It is not by might or by power. They will be but a level ground. I can assure you, God can come in for us. Now, I want to say that Uganda's journey to liberation, I want to thank the young man who talked about liberation. Uganda's journey to liberation can only be compared with the biblical journey of the children of Israel from slavery to the promised land. Their journey was supposed to take 11 days only, 11 days. But because of their mentality, because of their stupidity, their slave mentality, their whatever mind, the journey took 40 years. At least theirs took 40 years. At one time they were seeing the promised land was there in their eyes. There they were seeing it. And even spies were sent to see it, to see whether it is indeed a promised land. And they came with fruits. When they reached there, they looked at themselves. They were gripped with fear. They looked at themselves like grasshoppers in their own eyes and in the eyes of their enemies. So, they gave a bad report, and so God sent them again. Go back in the desert and 40 days around the mountain. That's what Ugandans are. We look at ourselves like, in fact, not grasshoppers. Grasshoppers are even big. What are they saying? And so, you are looking at yourselves in the eyes of Sabarwani and his arm and his money, and you look at yourself like Nswa, ants. You are all gripped with fear. And therefore, 60 years since the so-called independence, we are still in the desert around the mountain of poverty, of misery, of oppression, of exploitation, of suffering. How long are we going to remain around that mountain? How long? 60 years. We cannot afford to continue like that. And I want to tell you that until we are tired, sick and tired, we need to become sick and tired of that situation. When you are sick and tired of that situation, you can be not be bought with money. These young people have disappointed me so much, and the women in this land have disappointed me so much. I've been telling them, I gathered them, I went to universities, I went everywhere. I said, you young people, when President Museveni was young, he mobilized us, and we went and removed the other people. Now what are you doing? Why don't you mobilize? Not to go to the bush like he did and kill people. No! Mobilize here and change people. If women and the young people come together, do you think these elderly people would destroy us the way they are doing? I keep telling women, they go, they dance, yellow, city. Let me go back to be my, because I forgave. Every night I go to my prayer room, I forgive. I denounce the anger. But when you are angry with sin, you are all right. Not angry with the people. Not angry with the people. Because I don't know what to do to change Ugandans. But I am sure the message I have given you as you people, if you go, thank God for how far He has brought us. Repent and then forgive. And then seek Him, seek His face. He will give you what to do. Even you as an individual, He will set you what to do. He will show you the talents you are supposed to use. He will show you your purpose, and you will follow it. I want to end up by giving you one example of one woman. She was called Hannah. Me, I stand in the word of God, therefore it's the one which survived him. I give you as an example. She was called Hannah, the mother of prophet Samuel. She used to have a husband, and she was not having children. And the husband was deceiving her, giving her 2 portions when they go for sacrifice. Portions. And telling her, am I not more than 5 sons to you? And the woman was comfortable there thinking that is true. Until the other co-wife was abusing her, despising her, and she got fed up. She got sick and fed up of her condition, and she said, husband, stop deceiving me anymore. I am going straight. She went straight to the temple and knelt before God and cried out, powered to God. And from there, she produced the first most effective prophet that ruled Israel almost single-handedly to get it to the next level. What am I saying? If each of you, don't just come here to deceive us to get a position on this need. No. Each of you go, kneel before your God and say, God, what is my purpose in this country? To be able to deliver it. And I can assure you, when you get your purpose and you stand on it, and you stand in the way of God, you will realize together we shall make a difference. And I want to tell you that all of you have had an opportunity to come here to listen to one another. Let us resolve to go with one view, that we are all Ugandans who are suffering exploitation, oppression, misery, who are serving just one clique of people who had a plan which they are realizing. If you look at that 50 plan, it is now almost 40 years, isn't it? Almost everything is realized. Who are educated, who are in these positions of life, who are whatever, everything. But if we unite and we mobilize, we shall be able to defeat the project that is coming. Please, let not God hand us over to the project that is coming. Pray. With those few, I want to thank you. I want to wish you success. But I want to tell you, all of you, pray. Whichever God, if you are a Muslim, pray that God. It is one God, God the Father of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob, is the God. For us, we put on Jesus Christ. And when we stand in Him, we are very strong and we are fearless. Let me tell you, fear is the worst enemy. It is the worst enemy. It is the opposite of faith. Go pick faith and abandon fear, and faith will run with you and you will succeed. And for me, I'm available. Whoever is in the area and says, Matembe, come and talk for us here, I will come along and talk. I don't care whether they say you are with Kabuleta, whether you are Mau, whether I'm with Uganda. I want Uganda's freedom, and I want Uganda to be well with its people. Thank you so much. I wish you the best. Go to God, and you'll be guided, and we shall make it. Amen.
Yebare mnonga. Yakoraji. Dr. Matembe, nanyi ni mpurure kiniga. Chanyita. Yagambaji. Okay, if you don't understand Russian, I will not translate. I'll call the national coordinator, who will say a few words, but his major function is to invite the principal to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to Mr. Odaka, the national coordinator. He chooses to wear the way he does, not because he doesn't have suits.
Mr. President, Joseph Kiza Kabuleta, Members of Parliament, a good friend and colleague, Savamala the Conqueror, Mr. President, also Joseph, our very, very honored ma'am, Dr. Miria Matembe, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say good evening. Mr. President, each time Samson invites me to speak, it is like a setup. Samson normally chooses to invite me when a very, very eloquent speakers have spoken. Deliberately, sometimes I think, to make me look like a bad speaker. I think we shall have to negotiate to talk the other way. But I want to thank you. I had been told to speak about something called the power and resource distribution. But because of time, I want to ask you, Mr. President, that we can always speak about that topic anytime, because this is not the last time we are having this. We have just started as a need. Ladies and gentlemen, I want, first of all, Mr. President, to thank you for this vision. It is a vision that when you first invited some of us and explained, we thought it was a vision so far away. We thought you were simply being ambitious. We thought you were being unrealistic. But here, 6 months down the road, the vision is properly shaping, and it is giving hope to people. Mr. President, allow me also thank the delegates for buying that vision. And may you clap for yourselves. For me, when Mr. President mobilized me and he was explaining this vision and was telling me, you see what? The rain must have started beating us the day we forgot that this country is a negotiated territory. It has owners who must at one time sit and talk about this country. He said, the people who now call this country my oil, my this, my that, including sometimes thinking that we should be inherited like their father's estates, are not the owners of this country, but we are the owners of this country. Mr. President, on behalf of all the coordinators, I want to pledge to you that we'll, like Samson told us we should do, it is a system you've set. It is a system that is trying to undo the other evil system. And we shall reset that system and have a better system for this country. I am extremely happy to see a very determined face. Normally, I go to conferences like this. I attend. Sometimes I organize, you know. But you see, by this time, people have walked away. Many times, maybe because either we invite undetermined people, or even people do not share into the vision. Mr. President, the fact that people have sat since morning and they are still seated, and I don't see any sign that anybody is about to move, means that they are determined and we are moving to the direction we have set for ourselves. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. President, that when we started this journey, on 28th September 2021, we demarcated this country for the purpose of mobilizing our people. We successfully went to all those regions, and not without hurdles, not without blocking, not without threats, but I will tell you that courage and determination to have a new Uganda made us today, we can claim success, that we went to all regions, and the evidence is you people seated. The President, allow me to introduce to you our coordinators from different regions. And I want to begin with my own brother and my deputy. You know, when you're a prince, they don't call you sir, they don't call you Wechitiva, they just call you Prince Nachivinge Jojuko. I hope that is the correct pronunciation. Sometimes the swagger of Luos make them pronounce their things their way, in a swaggerific manner. But that is, he is in charge of Buganda, but also the Deputy National Coordinator. Thank you, my brother. I want to begin from the far West Nile. I want to recognize my brother and friend, Mr. Fadil Labriga. Is that the spelling? He is our coordinator, West Nile, Upper West Nile. I want to recognize and show you, Mr. President, is it the names of West Nile are like Russian names. And that's the only reason I do not know how to explain it, because I don't speak Russian. But my brother, kindly stand up for recognition. I see you looking at me. No. Yes, Lower West. Please say your name, because I'm going to spoil it. Crispino Okwong is our coordinator in charge of West Nile Lower, and is doing very good work there. I want to get back to Lango. Honorable Otim is our coordinator there. Sometimes he does that because that's the tradition you grew in. They show thumbs. I want to recognize, Mr. President, to show you our coordinator, Acholi. Where is Mr. Watt? He's also a guild president in the making. He's a guild president contestant, Gulu University. And we will support you. Mr. President, I want to show you and introduce to you, and the other is Madame Lake, honorable also. Powerful people, powerful people. Mr. President, I want to introduce to you our coordinator, Karamoja region. Is the only one who is allowed to put on a wildlife wares. Thank you, Mr. Chero Emmanuel, for Karamoja. Mr. President, I want to introduce to you our coordinator from Teso, Doctor. Please. Is Dr. A? Bernard, I want the other one. Equal. Mr. President, the colleague is Madame Asio Grace. She's out. Then we have Ojakol. Mr. President, I want to introduce to you our coordinator from Sebei. There are also three. That's Chemonges Simon. Very athletic. Gertrude. Mr. President, they have a chairman who is working with us very closely, and Mr. Tom Jesan. Mr. President, I want to introduce to you the coordinator. Bukedi, they decided to have two. Mr. Ocho Godfrey Etienne The only Godfrey who puts on a council. Haji Godfrey, thank you. I want to introduce to you my brother Kimbugwe from North Bukedi. Bugisu, we have Mike Kasola, who got an issue for Mr. President on his way, and I'll brief you. We hope he's now fine. He got a simple issue while traveling. Mr. President, I also want to introduce to you our coordinator from Busoga, Madame Fatuma Namukuve. And Mr. Mustafa. Sometimes we call him the blood sucker. I think he stepped out. I want to introduce to you, Mr. President, the coordinator in charge of KMM, Mr. Milindwa Charles. The mayor, we call him mayor. Mr. President, we have our corridor, the Greater Massacre, Mr. Musa Chigongo, and Lawrence Mukasa. Mr. President, our Greater Muvende corridor, Mr. Musisi Isaiah. Mr. President, that is the great team that is determined to achieve the vision you sold to us. It is a team that has been receiving, Mr. President, I had, and this is tactical, delayed the introduction of, they call themselves, we keep saying wisdom, wisdom comes from, all the wise men come from East. And I'm proud to be from Eastern Uganda, isn't it? But there are some who said while they moved from the East, they went to a region and they named it Kigezi. I want to introduce to you Mr. Julius, our very able, thank you, sir, and his very able assistant, Charlotte. I call Charlotte the Muchiga. Bahati Moses, and one of those who came for our launch, Precious. We have Ankole, and the coordinator of Ankole, we don't call each other by name. We call each other my brother from another mother. Please, my brother from another mother, stand up. And Mr. Apollo, Mr. Edwin. So you see, we look alike. I look like them. That's why we call each other that way. Mr. President, that is the magic team. That is the dream team. And that is the good team. I want to thank you all. My task has been just that. And the very last and most important one is to invite the President. Mr. President, this team has been here. They have been patient. They share your vision. And I can tell you, as a person who associates with all these people very, very closely, Mr. President, there is no doubt that we shall achieve this. Mr. President, there is a region that they call themselves, the other day they teased me, they told me that if from the other side, they say this is theirs. Even us, don't joke with us. Need is from our land. Somebody told them that they come from the land of the oil, and yet fuel is 12,000. I want to recognize Chairman Vigogo, our coordinator from Bunyoro. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me to put your hands together to welcome the President himself. Mr. President, I invite you to speak to our people.
Thank you very much. I'm not supposed to be limited to time because I'm the chief convener. But because I don't want this meeting to go past 5, I'll limit myself to 10 minutes. And so I'll request that you put the timer here. And so, Mr. Kasumba, I won't be the first person to break this, although I would be the first person for whom the buzzer would not go. But I'll forfeit those rights. But I want to thank everybody who is here, our colleagues here who have come and spoken ably, and all the members of our delegates who have come from up country. I know some of you traveled at night to be able to come here and present in the morning and listen to the issues of this country from perspectives that perhaps you are not familiar with. So I want to thank you so much for coming and for the long journey. And I know you have some of you have long journeys back home. And as a pastor, I will pray that your journeys are all safe. So I can declare here now there will be no accident or no such thing. All of you are going to reach home safely and going to find your people safely. Maybe I didn't pray enough. One of our colleagues had an issue. But now I've said there will not be any other issue. So anyhow, I just want to say the following things. We know the challenges that we have. It's very clear the challenges that we have. And everybody understands that there is a system that has been built. Everybody understands that there is a system that has been built by this government purposely to keep people in poverty. And the reason they want that is because it is easy for them to pass certain things and to go through certain systems when everybody is poor. And you can even see they speak with confidence that, you know, you only, and I've met these people, they find you and say, you're there because we haven't yet called you. And I tell them there is absolutely no way it will never happen that I can work with those thieves because there is nothing I want from them. Okay? There's absolutely nothing I want from them. And I love a good name. And there's so many people here who have traveled, who have come here, some of whom are going to spend some of their money because they believe in a project. Now, as the leader of this project, I can vow to you that the things that we talk about, we mean them from the bottom of our heart. And we cannot be diverted by anything. There is nothing that can divert us. There is absolutely nothing that can take us off the path that we have chosen. Because we come into this place because we love our country. We do these things because we love our country. And these people who have come here who are not necessarily a part of need, like Engineer Sebamala, come here because they love our country. So, and even people like me, we do all these things for the love of our country. So we have to believe that actually we are capable. Now, unlike what Miriam Matembe said, for me, I've never seen myself as a grasshopper standing beside that old man. Never. Actually, it's him I see as a grasshopper. And I see myself as a lion. I'll be very honest with you, because I know his time is up. But what concerns me is what is the transition that we are going to have? Is it going to be the transition that we want? Because we know every country that has had somebody who has ruled in excess of 30 years, these people will know, have problems when that person goes from Somalia with Siad Barre to Zaire here with Mobutu and all the rest. But there are countries which surmount those things because they prepare for the next phase. For instance, although Kenya had the issue of, Moi, 24 years and all that, which is not exactly 36, but okay, 24 is also a lot. And all the things that happened happened there, maybe in a smaller extent, but something like that. But my point is the Kenyans were ready for the exit of Moi. That's why when he went, they went straight into a stable government, and a government that brought a lot of economic transformation, by the way. And if you talk to any Kenyan, they will tell you the 10 years of Mwai Kibaki that followed Moi were the best 10 years of their, in the history of their country, because that's when they did a lot of things which now make them so distant from us that we look like we do not even belong in the same region. Because when you look at their figures of growth, of production, of everything that is about consuming what they produce and producing what they consume. They are so far ahead of us that it is so depressing even studying the figures in Kenya and comparing them to Uganda. So I chose not to, because I could have actually have them in my head, a lot of them, but I say let me not go there, because we are selling hope, not despair. People are already, in state of despair, so we want to sell hope. Now, what I found interesting going around the country is that Uganda is the only country where you go and people would be inclined to vote for you if you promise to take them back to where they once were. Can you imagine? Which means we wasted 36 years. If you are going to tell people that if I will take you back to the days of cooperatives, to the days when our education was very respected across the region and people came from all over to study in Uganda, I will take you back to the days, of proper marketing, of when hospitals were actually health centers and not death traps. I'll take you to the days when our people were not being taken for slavery in the Middle East. I'll take you back to those. Somehow, even the people who have grown up in this regime think that that is utopia. Has it ever existed? It actually did once. There was a time when systems worked. When people would go and sell their coffee and all they are given is a note, a promissory note that they will be paid for their coffee. And guess what? They would be paid. Because systems work. Now you try doing that right now. By the way, now that coffee thing, that woman who they gave the coffee industry is an arms dealer. She sold illegal arms to this government, and the coffee thing is a way of paying her using taxpayers' money. Now you go and say Kabuleta told you that, and it is the truth. She's an arms dealer. She doesn't know anything about coffee. She knows as much about coffee as I know about the anatomy of a penguin or something like that. She doesn't know anything about coffee. She's just an arms dealer. So they are doing their deals. And somehow, these people in parliament started writing promissory notes to her, isn't it? You wrote a promissory note that they would pay her money without any money. But the promissory notes became money before even any coffee has been exported and so on. So anyhow, that's because of one small thing. Those people actually really believe they own the country. And we are just squatters. They are completely convinced the country is theirs. Now, when you see Uganda, for them they divide it. This one belongs to this member of this family. This one belongs to the other one. This one belongs to the other one. I was somewhere in Rwenzori and somebody was telling me how, for us in our party, those. I told him, you're chairman LC5. Half of your district is owned by one person who is not even from that district. That person is Muhozi. Now, he's not even from that district. He owns half of your district. And you come here and tell me you're chairman LC5. What kind of chairman LC5 are you? You're just occupying an office. My point is, we have to stand up and actually be serious people. The people that we are contending with think they own Uganda. They actually absolutely think they own Uganda. When they want your piece of land, they will come and make it a national forest reserve. They will put boundaries there and say this is a forest reserve or a game reserve or something. As soon as it is taken away without any compensation for you, then somebody who is connected comes and takes it. That's how Muhozi got half of that district. I won't mention it. Okay? They come and say this is a game reserve. The next thing is rearing his cattle there. But I'm telling you this, Matemba has gone. But I'm telling you that project is not going to work. We are not fools. Okay? We are not fools. The fact that we are doing all these things, and now everybody who loves this country, people are joining us. Even people who were disinclined to it before, they realize that we are serious, and they are joining us. And some of them are not even here. Some of them cannot even come and associate with us publicly because they have other, alignments somewhere, some parties which they represent, but they are with us, and we welcome them. And we welcome everybody who loves Uganda, even those from that yellow party, because they are also slaves like everybody else. You see, Malcolm X brought the term of house slave and field slave, and he said that there are slaves who are called house slaves. For them, they work inside the house, they prepare tea for the boss, they clean clothes and so on. So when the boss has tea, they also have some leftover tea. If there is a piece of bread that is left, they also eat bread that day. Now, for them, they are a higher class of slaves, but they are also slaves. Then they are different from the field slaves. The field slaves are the ones who work in the sun and you know, come and they are famished and they don't have all these privileges. But all of them are slaves. So even I'm telling some of our colleagues in that yellow party, that party is about a family. It's not about Uganda. That party was created to keep one family in power. So if you're not a member of that family, you're a slave. You might be a field slave, which means you eat some bread here, you eat some milk here, if the boss has some is left over. If the flask of tea comes when it is halfway, you drink the rest, but you're a slave. So even them, we shall also welcome them if they run away from, because we are all fighting to take ourselves out of slavery. That's where we are. We are fighting for the next generation, so that our children don't say, where were you when all these lands were taken? What did you do when this country went to the dogs the way it did? What input did you have when everything turned out the way it is? Now they have everything, as far as they are concerned, everything is done. They are now preparing to hand over. Oh my God, I have a surprise for them. We are not going down that path. Some people say, I mean, when I say this sometimes, people say, but where is your confidence? You wait and see. I am here in Uganda. Wait and see. There is not going to be that project. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even want to honor him with the mention of his name except when he's stealing land, because I already mentioned it. But I mentioned it as a thief of land. But I don't want to mention it as this. Now, my point is this, that it is not going to happen. Why? Because we are here. And all of you people are going to be ambassadors of this message, where all of you are stakeholders. All of us here are stakeholders in our country. And that is the kind of politics that we are building, where everybody has a stake in the country as long as you're a citizen. Nobody is second class. Nobody is a slave in the system. We do not have scenarios where half of the country is running out. You know, I used to see those things from other countries, and I say, wow, what a waste, where people are dying in ships trying to cross the Mediterranean. Actually, these inflatable boats, can you imagine trying to cross several kilometers of sea in an inflatable boat? And I'm thinking, what kind of, don't you dare buzz on me, eh? And I'm thinking, what country are you running, what are you running from to put yourself under such risk, to be on such a boat, to cross the Mediterranean Sea? And I'm thinking, what happened to Africa? How can people be that desperate to run away from their country? But then you go across and see. Now, these suburbs of Kampala are filled with people from Ethiopia and Eritrea. You think those are poor countries? No, they are not poor. But they are poorly managed. And do you know what happens there? Father to son. So we have the opportunity to finally get our country back. And we shall get it back, and we shall be stakeholders in it. And we shall not let some people behave as if we are second-class citizens. And the reason some of these things have happened, and which is what Honorable Martin said, is fear. There is too much fear. They are going to do this. We have traversed the country. I can tell you this. There is nothing that we do that they like, but we have traversed the country, and now we are here in Serena. Have you seen any policeman coming to attack us? Do they even come to Serena? We are standing on the same platform the president stands to address the nation, on the state of the nation. What are you talking about? So now, what is the difference? We are delegates from all over the country. You might as well be ministers and permanent secretaries and ambassadors and all that. Because we've come from all over the country, we've come to speak about the issues of our country. We've had so many things that are happening with our brothers from Sebei, from Karamoja, from Ankole, and from all the rest. And by the way, the divisions that are in this place, and I'll end with this, the division that I see in this place is scary, absolutely scary. There are things which I see and I just keep quiet. But they are very, very scary. Because there was a time we were one country. But now you go to some places, they say, for us we are not a part of Uganda. Then you go to northern Uganda, they say, for us we will do the Nile Republic with West Nile. But we are in Uganda. Don't lose hope in the project Uganda. Don't lose hope. It can still work. One bad leadership is not going to make us do what? Lose hope in the project that is Uganda. You come to say in Buganda here, they will tell you, Uganda failed. failed us for us who want to be independent. You go to Teso, they say, Uganda. You go to West Nile, they say, we are not even part of your country. You know, the road coming here. You go to Lango, they say, how can you have 70 kilometers of such a bad road connecting a city? Okay? Terrible road from Kamdin. Terrible road, like it's almost a footpath. And it's connected. And now, all these things, everybody feels disenfranchised from the project that is Uganda. But we are here to say, and I'm saying this to everybody, that the franchise that is Uganda is alive and well, and we are the people who are going to make it functional again. We can restore. If it has been destroyed, it can be restored. And it will be restored. And we shall all be glad in this country, even those who don't support us. Because some of the places, let me tell you this, some of the places we went, our resistance was from opposition, not from NRM. Then I said, but I thought we were fighting for the same thing. Why are you resisting me? What do you have? You don't have anything I want. Me, I want power. You understand? Why, if you're in a football pitch, how do you go to tackle somebody who doesn't have the ball? I am not the one with the ball. Go and tackle the man with the ball. For me, he's the only one I'm interested in. Okay? The one with the ball. Because you are mad if you start chasing somebody who doesn't have the ball. They say, what's wrong with you? You are allowed to chase the one who has the what? Yes, so we don't tackle people who don't have the ball. For us, we are so... But you go and find people are tackling you and you say, man, I don't have any ball. What do you want from me? Go and challenge the man who has the ball. He's the one we are all challenging. He's the one we are going to unseat. And he's the one whose master plan of how many years. I mean, like these people about yoga. How many years? Are they God? How many years? 50 years. Okay. For us, we have a master plan of giving Uganda back to Ugandans. And that is going to last for generations. And our plan does not involve people coming and taking away civic liberties, taking away, everything that the society was based on. Now, we came from a time, now this is what I find, we came from a time when somebody would put on a shirt because he planted, somebody would go and dig cotton, and he's actually putting on the cotton that he dug. Isn't it? He goes and grows the cotton, sells it to Lira spinning mill, then from there they take it to Nyanza, then from there they take it to Uganda Government Industries, then from there it is the shirt is putting on. That used to happen when we produced what we consumed and consumed what we produced. But now we buy everything from abroad, food, stuff, so everything. We don't produce anything. And we cannot be a prosperous society. And everything, and it is not by, it's all by design, that the people whom we call rich, do you know in the, now me I can speak about this with a bit of authority because of my age bracket. But in the 80s and even early 90s, the people who were seen as superstars of wealth were people who we know what they produced. You would say, hey, Murwana is rich. We know he produces batteries, he produces plastics, he produces milk. Okay? And so on. But now there are people who are rich whose only work is to steal government money. And they don't produce a single thing. You look and say, what do you produce? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So how can a country develop when there is a whole line of people waiting for the little tax to come and get their slice of it? Foreign, local, everybody is coming to get some slice of that. And we are not producing anything. So we have to get back. And so my point is, all this is part of keeping people poor. So when we talk about economic empowerment, as I end, the idea around economic empowerment, by the way, when I end, I'm closing the conference, because I'm the last speaker. So, so we are a few minutes away from ending the conference. So when the society is tailored in such a way that people who have money are those who steal it, not those who produce anything. Not somebody whom you can say this one produces this. And you say he's rich because he produces batteries which I use in my car. Or he produces things which I use or other people use. Now, poverty is inevitable. When we have investors who are told they can repatriate 100% of their profits, 100% of their profits, come, get money in Uganda, take all of it away. All of it, take it. And then they carry it to South Africa. If you go and invest in South Africa, you cannot take out any more than 10%. They cannot allow you to take out more than 10% of your money. Once you take it there, it is yours. Nobody is taking it away from you, but you have to keep it there. Uganda is the only country in the world that I know, in the world, where investors are told that all the money you get, you take it back to your countries. I do not know any other country. That is because of one thing, what I call stupid leadership. I wish I could put it any better. Stupid what? Leadership. Because it's very selfish, very, you know, people who grew up in extreme poverty, and they count their wealth not by what they have, but what other people don't have. Have you ever seen people like that? Who, he has a car, but if somebody else buys a car, he's angry. How can you also him bought a car? So, and it's not enough that you have. So these people have stolen, but the level of greed that they are at, they want to steal and steal, chase everybody off their land, turn everybody into beggars and paupers, landless, hopeless. But, as Matembe said, we have to stand up and fight. And that's what we are doing. And there is not going to be any fear, by the way. There is not going to be any fear. You are looking at somebody who has no fear in him. When I set out to do something, I do not plan for what other people are going to do. No. Hey, we've traversed this country. You ask him. There are people who try to stop and... But I do not put them in my consideration. When I'm going to do something, we set out April 18th, the day of the national conference. We are here. We've had it. We've finished it. And now we are going home properly. Has anybody stopped us? We do not plan. There are some people out there who are being stopped by imaginary people because they are scared. We shall not be scared. And now, please, when you go, don't be scared. We are mobilizing people. We are not breaking any law. There is no law we are breaking. Are we not supposed to sit and talk about economic empowerment? Aren't we entitled to speak about the future of this country? Don't we have a right to speak about the future of this country? So what are you scared of? What would anybody be scared of? Okay? So that is my message for everybody here today. I will want to end it here. And I'm going to ask somebody to come and pray for. Where is that man, the apostle? Come and say a very brief prayer. You know, I know these pastors. When you give him a minute, he's going to say a prayer. If it is food, by the time he's finished, the food is cold. So, I'll just, before you come, I'll just introduce a few people. First of all, I would like to thank another pastor. By the way, maybe you would have been the one. Another pastor here. You remember I stood in 2016 for Mr. Mabirizi, Elton John. Then I would like to introduce my executive, the national coordinator. You saw him, Mr. Asumani Odaka. Then the chief of staff, that gentleman in shades, looking very scary, is the only person I'm scared of. And then our deputy national coordinator, who is also a coordinator for Buganda region, Omulangira Jojo Nachibinge, and our national spokesman, who is here. He has been very busy live on TV, starting in the morning, talking about this conference, Mr. Matovu Moses, and his deputy, who is seated here, Miss Prose Ayebare, the one from Ankole, very angry, like her fellow Ankole mate. Who wants to go every night and forgive? And some people think that for them, no, they are not. They are suffering as much as the rest of us. I'm telling you. You talk to her privately when we live here, if she's not on the bus going back to Mbarara. But things are tight there, really tight, really, really tight. And you think it's not good. I mean, those people have been impoverished in a terrible way. Their land taken. Now for you, she was telling me at least in Uganda, if they are taking land, there is a fight. There they just come and take. So you find people having square miles, and they have taken, square miles of land. And they will just go and get a land title. Which is some of the things, some of the interesting things which are happening in this country, by the way, which I don't want to get into right now. But anyway, that's my executive. And thank you so much for coming. All delegates, all our representatives, I really are grateful. And by the way, this is the first of what is going to be an annual conference. So we shall get bigger and better and more vibrant and more powerful. So I don't want anybody to come and tell us that the first doctor came from Busoga. Now we know. Come and tell us how can we improve the lives of the people in Busoga. Okay? Come and tell us how can we improve the lives of the people in Teso. That's what we want to know. That's the sort of information we are going to have next time. And we shall have symposiums back again in some of these regions again to go ahead and send our message to the grassroots. Thank you very much. Pastor Apostle Zimura, come and close this conference with a...
I am not Apostle Zimura, but I want to apologize, Mr. President, that there are two regions I forgot because I had not written down to introduce to you. And number one, that is Rwenzori. I want to recognize Mr. Ukasha. He's not here, I know. But the people of Rwenzori, he sent his entire delegation, Mr. President. The people of Rwenzori kindly stand up for recognition. Yes. And Mr. President, the gentleman in blue is the deputy coordinator. He's the mayor of Undibujo. I also want to recognize, Mr. President, and introduce to you our delegation from Toro. It is Samson who knows how they even Toro, they don't say like us. They say Toro. So, led by John, and kindly the people of Toro stand up for recognition. Yes, okubasa embiayo kabade kakodio. Thank you very much.
We bless the Lord for today. Before I pray, the executive of Kampala Metropolitan, I would want to, Mr. President, we recognize them. Kampala Metropolitan Executive, please stand up. Yes, that is the executive that takes the city. Kampala nemirirwano bwebachogera. Yes, let's stand up, all of us, and we bless the Lord for the day this has been. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you. For we have been this day, the whole, since morning, and we have listened to many issues that are coming from all the regions concerning our country and the cries of the people of Uganda. We want to bless you for the vision of National Economic Empowerment Dialogue and the principal, Joseph Kabuleta. We want to thank you for the entire team that is working around the clock to see that our nation becomes better as you created and intended it to be. And Father, we put all the issues of this country in your hands. And we pray that the gathering in this place, those that are watching from their houses and offices, that the spirit of strength and might shall come upon them to stand up for the privileges that are supposed to be taken up in the deliverance and the liberation of this country. And we know you have delivered a country to us that is endowed with all beauty and minerals that we are not enjoying. And now we command in the name of Jesus that every foul spirit, every evil agenda crafted against the future of this country, that shall not prevail in the name of Jesus. We cancel all the plans, all the hereditary plans of taking over through succession of one tribe and one family, that it will never take place in the name of Jesus. And we pray that Uganda will be regenerated, reborn again, and refreshed with a true leadership that comes from you. And we know that these are some of the people standing here and others that are not yet joining this platform. But we declare that your hand shall be upon all of us as we take the mandate upon ourselves. As we leave this place, may you go ahead of us and protect us. And we declare that nothing shall happen to any of the persons that have been in this conference. And we pray for your protection and covering, even on our families, children, and everything that we lay our hands upon, that no one will die again of hunger and suffer reckless inflictions from any evil spirit or anything that is happening in this country from the evil agendas. We declare your peace and we declare your glory in all this country and in the lives of all men. May you heal all the sick and bless all that need and comfort those that mourn. Give hope to the hopeless and joy to them that are suffering. In the name of Jesus, the Son of the living God, we pray and believe. For God and our country.
Before the anthems, I've been asked to ask regional teams to organize your teams for a photo opportunity with the principal. We are going to have the anthems in reverse order, beginning with East African anthem. So you start to practice being in the high places. We'll begin with East African anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Together we stand for Uganda, the land of freedom, love and labor will give, and will never solve our country's calling, peace and friendship will live. Uganda, the land that feeds us, land that feeds us by sun and fertile soils grown. But around their land we shall rest on the pile of our free cast ground.
It's a pleasure to see you. Keep yourself alive so you don't miss the Uganda we're planning for. Don't die recklessly. Don't go there and die of an accident that is avoidable. All of these other small things that I won't mention here that you can avoid. Don't die of very small things that come out of choices of happiness, temporary happiness. Mr. President, somebody said, Yafudo bulwadde bwaffe gwe nani? I am not in those things on bulwadde bwaffe. I am not on. It is yours. So regional teams, please organize for the photo opportunity. I'll see you on tomorrow at 1 and at 4:45. And next week at 9. We'll see you soon. May God richly bless you. Engineer togenda nga tondabye. Waliwo ebintu byaffe eby'omu constituency.
National platform,
everything where you plan, man, is proper. They do not. Him a go give you everything where you ask for. No matter how things are gone, set a party now your mother will be far, she bring your on. Little is a new land. Check the fire from inside, you may fly apart. Come on, kumanyi sebo. Letu nabyo yitamu wabimanyi nyabo. Tocha mayengo muyaga kwe totere bukakubanga nabyo yitamu oba butulize. Alright then, unstoppable, untouchable. God's plan for you, me say is unchangeable. Unstoppable, untouchable. God's plan for you, me say is unchangeable. Unstoppable, untouchable. God's plan for you, me say is unchangeable. Unstoppable, untouchable. God's plan for you, me say is unchangeable.
Who is in control of music? Who is in control of music? You people, you are demanding me this document. It is online. You download 50 years master plan. to be there. This document was represented in the 7th Parliament, so it's not new here. Thank you. My number 0704 59 74 70. 0779 09 8616. I remain Aeba de Prosi. Thank you. Safe journeys.
kati omugati gulaba edduka badde tagomanyi nkusaba sembeze entebe mugati twasooka nako golaba mu biseera bya Kristo nga siibye gyali muluma omubi sitaani bwe yasembera okumugema mugati gwe yakozesa mu bwangu tuddamu okugulaba nga Yesu abuulira njiri ekibiina enjala n'eruma